Chapter 1398. Not good. This is a special communication method of the Heavens Legacy race. He's definitely trying to contact other members of the Heavens Legacy race. At this sight, Twilight Valley grimaced once more. One Yu Hung was already so difficult to deal with. If more members of the Heavens Legacy race arrived, the consequences would be unthinkable. We have to stop him. Xian Wu Heng's eyes were determined. Whoosh! Yu Heng's group of 3 and the Death God Guard continued to fly through the space ceiling array. They knew that once they left the array, the light races Twilight Valley and Zhao Feng would be able to use instant movement. The rest of you, stop the others. I'll go after Yu Hung and stop him. Twilight Valley messaged the others. Okay. All of them immediately agreed. As a member of the light race, Twilight Valley was the fastest and the strongest person present. He had the best chance of victory against Yu Hung. Whoosh! The group charged forward at Ancient God JLC, Ancient God Ice Jade, and the Death God Guard. 5 elements wait. Xian Wu Heng fused law energy into his body and immediately unleashed a powerful weight domain. In a flash, the 3 enemies were affected by the powerful gravity and found it very difficult to move. Dish! Zhao Feng approached Ancient God JLC, blazing Soul Devil Eye. A scorching ball of illusion Dao energy descended upon Ancient God JLC's soul. Ancient God JLC instantly felt his soul burn. At the same time, his mind became extremely agitated as many negative emotions surged out. Chaos Origin God Suppressing Seal. Zhao Feng quickly circulated his Chaos Origin divine power, condensing a massive and gloomy seal that pressed down on Ancient God JLC. This brat! Ancient God JLC was infuriated. In his first clash with Zhao Feng had to work together with Xian Wu Heng in order to contend against him. But now, Zhao Feng was fighting him alone. Although he didn't want to admit it, the current Zhao Feng truly was extremely powerful, possessing the strength of a half-step God Lord. The mountainous seal was about to come crashing down on them. Dead Sea of Hell! At this crucial moment, Ancient God JLC's body swelled up, transforming into a black wave. In this state, he was much less susceptible to illusion arts, and his defenses were much stronger. This move again! Zhao Feng's eyes flashed. The first time they encountered the Ancient Soul race, the enemy used a similar move. This kind of bloodline secret art of the Ancient Soul race could transform the soul into a powerful attack that could directly attack the opponent's soul. But if he failed, he would suffer heavy damage to himself. Suppress! Zhao Feng controlled the mountainous seal and smashed it towards the dark waves. The seal was surrounded by a strange force field that devoured all the energy around it, including Ancient God JLC's black waves. Now that the Chaos Origin God Suppressing Seal had a devouring attribute, it became stronger and stronger as it fought on, firmly holding onto Ancient God JLC. God Eye Disintegration. Zhao Feng's left eye unleashed a dreamy mist that instantly began to analyze the black wave of Ancient God JLC. Suddenly, the edge of the waves of the tranquil sea started to disappear for no reason. What's going on? It's that move again! Ancient God JLC was first alarmed, and then he angrily bellowed. He had seen Zhao Feng's God Eye Disintegration before. But as Zhao Feng continued to grow stronger and his God spiritual eye evolved, the God Eye Disintegration became even stronger. Boom! At the same time, the Chaos Origin God Suppressing Seal slammed down. No! The 2 attacks instantly unleashed power that caused Ancient God JLC to scream in pain. Ancient God JLC wanted to resist, but he realized that he was getting weaker and weaker. How could this be? How could his eye bloodline be so powerful? Ancient God JLC stared at Zhao Feng's left eye. At this moment, the bloodline in his body began to fiercely tremble. Whoosh! The towering pitch-black wave gradually shrunk and turned into a small, pitch-black stream. Die. Zhao Feng had the ancient god seal crushed down once more. Rumble. The chaos origin divine power devoured it, and the god I disintegration weakened it. The last stream of black water disappeared without a trace. A half-step god lord. Zhao Feng faintly smiled. This was his first time killing a half-step god lord on his own. After dealing with ancient god Jailsi, Zhao Feng turned to the other side. Boom! Bang! Crash! Ancient god Resplendence and ancient god Qingyan were working together to clash with ancient god Ice Jade. You think you can deal with me with just the two of you? Ancient god Ice Jade coldly roared as she slapped the deep chill pearl in her hand. Deep ice annihilation. The deep chill pearl unleashed an extremely frigid stream of snowflakes that froze everything in its path. Even the time energy in the air was affected. Whoosh! At the same time, ancient god Ice Jade's soul beast charged into the snowflake stream. The black shark instantly turned gray-white and charged at ancient god Qingyan, accompanied by a frightening stream of snowflakes. Damn! This woman has a supreme quality divine artifact. Ancient god Qingyan clenched his teeth and gathered his powerful time energy into a white shield. Kaboom! As the gray-white shark descended, the surface of the white shield instantly shattered. However, the void shield's time power slightly slowed down the grayish-white shark's attack. But the astonishing ice energy penetrated the white shield and affected ancient god Resplendence and ancient god Qingyan, causing their bodies and souls to shiver in fear. The two of them probably won't be able to last. Zhao Feng's eyes dimmed as his left eye began to turn. Ancient god Ice Jade was the strongest of the 3 half-step god lords of ancient Soul Hall. She also had a supreme quality divine artifact, so even if ancient god Qingyan and ancient god Resplendence worked together, they truly would not be able to do anything to her. The two of you aren't a match for me. Ancient god Ice Jade heartily laughed as she unleashed even more powerful energy from the deep chill pearl. Roar! The gray-white shark roared, unleashing a wave of frigid energy that swept through the world. Crack! The white shield that ancient god Qingyan had unleashed with all his might was quickly frozen into ice and shattered. The two of you can die together! Ancient god Ice Jade coldly laughed. At this moment, the one who's going to die is you. An indifferent chuckle came from behind her. God Eye Duplication, Deep Ice Annihilation. A massive, dreamy silver eye suddenly appeared behind ancient god Ice Jade, its astonishing ancient bloodline energy causing ancient god Ice Jade's soul to tremble in fear. Bzzz. A layer of dreamy mist spread out. Suddenly, a giant gray shark dashed out of the mist, bringing with it a monstrous snowflake and a cold current as it whizzed away. As it turned out, while ancient god Qingyan was blocking ancient god Ice Jade's attack, Zhao Feng had already begun the god eye duplication. Because he didn't have much origin energy left, Zhao Feng had to spend a little more time, but fortunately he had succeeded. Zhao Feng, no! Ancient god Ice Jade immediately screamed in fear, but it was all too late. The gray-white shark opened its savage maw and swallowed up ancient god Ice Jade. Dish! Zhao Feng swiftly approached and used the supreme quality divine artifact, the space-time robe, to withstand the onslaught of ice and take away the deep ice pearl. Ancient god Resplendence and ancient god Qingyan said nothing about Zhao Feng taking away the spoils of war. While Zhao Feng was killing ancient god Ice Jade, on the other side, Wuheng was relying on his supreme strength to force the Death God Guard into a passive state of defense. Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. Zhao Feng immediately fired off a Tribulation Lightning Eye Bloodline technique. At this moment, Zhao Feng could use this eye bloodline technique as he pleased and with incredible speed. Hiss! The Death God Guard immediately screamed. He was already finding it hard to block Wuheng, And now that Zhao Feng had intervened, it was like adding hail to snow. Dai, Xian Wuheng gathered up his bloodline and divine power, and with a single finger, he obliterated the death god guard soul. Brother Zhao, your eye bloodline seems to have gotten even stronger. Xian Wuheng faintly smiled, and then he began to inspect Zhao Feng's left eye. Your eye bloodline is probably not simple, ancient god Qing Yin solemnly said. Previously, the tyrannical energy of the ancient race had completely masked the other bloodline energies. Moreover, the light race and giant god race were also present, so no one had noticed this. Now, Yu Heng's bloodline energy was gradually fading, and the light race was extremely weak after fighting for so long, its bloodline energy fading. Only now did the powerful bloodline energy of Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye begin to show itself. A bloodline energy close to the top 10 ancient races. Ancient god Qingyin was stunned after carefully sensing it. Brum! A deafening explosion came from the other side. No! Yu Heng roared in fury and disbelief. Haha! Heaven's legacy race, you're finished! Twilight Valley heartily laughed. Everyone couldn't help but look over. Yu Heng's attempt to send a message had been stopped by Twilight Valley. However, Twilight Valley also appeared extremely weak, and his body of crystalline white light was rather dim. It was obvious that he had paid a significant price to stop Yu Heng's message, but it was all worth it. Not only had he stopped Yu Heng, the other side had also won a complete victory. Ancient God JLC, Ancient God Ice Jade, and the Death God Guard had all been killed. All dead. Yu Heng scanned the area in shock. He was the only one left, and only a sliver of his ancient race bloodline energy was left. Heaven's legacy race. Twilight Valley's eyes turned vicious as he waved a hand, unleashing a blade of time energy. Swish! A round metal shield appeared in Yu Heng's hand. A thick and powerful golden light screen immediately surged out from the golden round shield, forming a simple circular light shield that protected him within. Clink-clang! A time blade sliced through the golden light shield. After tearing open a crack with great difficulty, the time blade entered the shield. But its power was already very weak, and Yu Heng shattered it. A supreme quality divine artifact. Zhao Feng was taken aback. Yu Heng truly had a lot of good stuff on him. But what use was there in taking out a supreme quality divine artifact now? Now he was the only one left, and his ancient race bloodline power had almost completely disappeared. Whoosh! The group began to approach Yu Heng. Heaven's legacy race, you've lost this time. Ancient God Qingyin couldn't help but laugh. All of them arrived in front of Yu Heng, their eyes cold, or brimming with killing intent. Damn! The Heaven's legacy race won't let you go. Yu Heng's face was resolute as he scanned the group. He had never imagined that he, a member of the Heaven's legacy race who possessed the power of the ancient race, would lose to this group. Chapter 1399. Damn! The Heaven's legacy race won't let you go. Yu Heng's face was stern as he glanced at the group of people in front of him. He had never imagined that he, a member of the Heaven's legacy race who possessed the power of the ancient race, would lose to this group. Zhao Feng, you ruined my plans. You will die a horrible death. Yu Heng's gaze fell on Zhao Feng. His defeat this time was almost entirely due to Zhao Feng. You should worry about yourself first. Zhao Feng's expression was cold and indifferent. Now that the grudge between him and Yu Heng had been formed, Yu Heng had to die. Ha! Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time. Yu Heng suddenly sneered. He circulated the remaining ancient race bloodline energy in his body and formed a spell with his hands. Buzz! Bzz. Translucent characters of the Heaven's legacy race floated out, imbued with mysterious energy. What's he doing? Xian Wuheng grimaced. Although Yu Heng was the only one left, he was a member of the Heaven's legacy race, and no one had ever underestimated him. Zhao Feng also had a bad feeling and began to cautiously retreat. It wasn't just Zhao Feng. Everyone else was retreating, staring at Yu Heng to make sure that he didn't use some sort of secret art to escape. Haha, Heaven's legacy cat, where do you think you're going? Yu Heng savagely smiled. Buzz, easy. The translucent characters of the Heaven's legacy race shot into the little thieving cat's body with incredible speed. Little thieving cat. Zhao Feng immediately called out in alarm. He had never expected Yu Heng to attack the little thieving cat in the end. Everyone couldn't help but stare at the little thieving cat. Meow meow. The little thieving cat dropped to the ground, its screams echoing through the air. A fiery brand composed of Heaven's legacy race characters slowly appeared on its forehead and began to burn. Little thieving cat. Zhao Feng immediately called out in alarm. This was the first time he had heard the little thieving cat make such a wretched cry. Through the contract, he could feel the little thieving cat's pain. What did you do to it? Zhao Feng angrily glared as his left eye began to circulate. Hee, I advise you not to attack me. Yu Heng sneered, not the slightest bit worried. Meow meow, the little thieving cat howled as it slowly walked towards Yu Heng. At this moment, the little thieving cat's master was no longer Zhao Feng but Yu Heng. This scene caused everyone's faces to freeze in astonishment. The Heaven's legacy cat is the crystallization of our Heaven's legacy race's wisdom. In order to restrain this powerful energy, the Heaven's legacy race planted a corresponding restriction in its body during its research. Yu Heng said proudly. Originally, he had planned to use this secret art to capture the Heaven's legacy cat after killing everyone else. He didn't expect that in the end, he could only use this move to save his life. There is such a thing? Zhao Feng's face was filled with rage. Of course, given the style of the Heaven's legacy race, it was very normal for them to do something like this. For example, the majority of important Heaven's legacy race buildings were equipped with self-destruct mechanisms. If you attack me, I'll just obliterate the Heaven's legacy cat. Yu Heng viciously glared at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng stared at Yu Heng, but he did not attack. The little thieving cat had accompanied him ever since he was in the Broken Moon clan, experiencing countless hardships all the way to the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Zhao Feng could not bear to let the little thieving cat be obliterated like this. However, Yu Heng's goal in controlling the little thieving cat was probably to escape. Zhao Feng could not attack because of the little thieving cat, but the light race would never let Yu Heng go. When the time came, would he have to ally with the giant god race to deal with the light race? If anything happens to me, the Heaven's legacy cat will accompany me in death. Yu Heng sneered, stood up, and then slowly began to retreat. The giant god race members stood motionless. The light race members viciously glared at Yu Heng, clearly conflicted. Haha, let's go Heaven's legacy cat. Yu Heng laughed and left with the little thieving cat. Originally, Yu Heng had wanted to drag someone down with him before he died so that he wouldn't let Zhao Feng have an easy time. However, the little thieving cat seemed to have an extremely high status in Zhao Feng's heart, and Zhao Feng's influence here was not ordinary either. Moreover, he was with the giant god race, so even the light race didn't dare to recklessly attack. Meow meow. The little thieving cat struggled with all its might, but the more it resisted, the fiercer the white flame on its forehead burned. It seemed to be burning every cell in its body and even its soul. The little thieving cat looked at Zhao Feng, helplessness, pleading, and pain in its eyes. Zhao Feng also had a bad feeling as he looked at the little thieving cat. I wonder if I can use the god eye illusory oblivion to neutralize this technique. With a flash of inspiration, Zhao Feng activated his left eye. You dare to attack me? In the distance, Yu Heng, who was just preparing to leave, grimaced, and immediately called out. But when he sensed that Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique was not locked onto him, but the little thieving cat, Yu Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Bzzz. A dreamy mist spun out of Zhao Feng's left eye and seeped into the surrounding space. Such powerful ancient energy. This kid's eye seems to be close to the god eye level. Yu Heng's expression darkened. He had previously relied on his ancient race bloodline to look down on other bloodlines. But it was precisely because of Zhao Feng's outrageous eye bloodline technique that he had been defeated so badly. Only now did he value Zhao Feng's eye bloodline. Haha, I don't believe that you have the extra strength to use that mysterious eye bloodline technique. Yu Heng chuckled. The moment he said this, Yu Heng felt a little unsure. In normal circumstances, Zhao Feng had expended a great deal of energy and didn't have the extra strength to neutralize the secret technique that controlled the Heaven's legacy cat. But Zhao Feng had given him far too many surprises. Stop, or else I'll kill the Heaven's legacy cat all the same. Yu Heng roared, but Zhao Feng had already used his eye bloodline technique. At this moment, the world in front of him was filled with all kinds of colors, as dazzling as a dreamy paradise. Zhao Feng's mind was completely focused on the Heaven's legacy race flame on the little thieving cat's forehead. Extinguish for me. Zhao Feng activated his dream origin energy and focused all his attention on the mysterious flame. Bzzz. The mysterious flame flickered a few times, but it did not go out and continued to burn. It's no good. I've consumed too much origin energy in the previous battles. I can't erase it. Zhao Feng's eyes dimmed as a hint of disappointment flashed through them. Haha, useless effort. Yu Heng immediately laughed. The others also shook their heads. The light race's Twilight Valley began to gather his divine power and was about to attack. No, I have to save the little thieving cat. A determined look appeared in Zhao Feng's eyes as he once more focused his left eye on the mysterious flame. If I can't erase you, weakening your power should be fine. Zhao Feng said to himself. If his origin energy was insufficient and he couldn't erase it, could he suppress the mysterious flame and weaken it? As long as he weakened the flame, the little thieving cat should be able to put up some resistance. Weaken. All of Zhao Feng's thoughts were focused on the ball of flame as he roared in his heart. However, the god eye illusory oblivion was something that Zhao Feng had learned from somewhere else, so he knew how to use it. But at this time, Zhao Feng could only do his best. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to weaken and shrink that ball of flame. Bzzz. Within the god eye dimension, the dreamy silver ball fiercely trembled. At this moment, something strange happened. The flame on the little thieving cat's forehead was suddenly covered in a dreamy hue, and then the flame suddenly weakened as if it had been doused with water. The flame that had been the size of an infant's fist was now only the size of a fingernail. Success! Zhao Feng found it somewhat hard to believe. He hadn't completely used the god eye illusory oblivion, nor had he used any other eye bloodline techniques. But just as he expected, the flame had weakened. This was simply unimaginable. Could this be the god's spiritual eye's origin Tao? What's going on? Yu Heng naturally noticed this as well, and he immediately cried out in alarm. Meow meow. The little thieving cat's pain abruptly lessened, and its control over the flame seemed to weaken. The little thieving cat transformed into a silver-gray streak of light that immediately flew toward Zhao Feng. No, don't go. Yu Heng grimaced. Once the little thieving cat was some distance away from Yu Heng. The flame on its forehead was extinguished. As it turned out, using this secret art to control the Heaven's legacy cat was limited to a certain range. Okay. Twilight Valley immediately called out. Although he didn't know how Zhao Feng had done it, as long as he could save the Heaven's legacy cat, everything would be fine. At this moment, Everyone could even more clearly sense the powerful ancient energy of Zhao Feng's God's spiritual eye. Kill! Twilight Valley roared as he prepared to attack. Let me kill him! Zhao Feng suddenly said. Once Twilight Valley agreed, he used instant movement. Swish! Now that he had left the range of the space sealing array, Zhao Feng used instant movement to appear at Yu Heng's side. Impossible! How could your eye be so powerful? Yu Heng appeared somewhat crazed as he roared. The power displayed by Zhao Feng's God Spiritual eye had long ago surpassed his understanding. 9 lightning soul refinement. Zhao Feng took out the 9 lightning soul refining mirror and poured divine power into it. Swish! In an instant, 9 lightning chains shot out of the mirror and wrapped around Yu Heng's soul. At this time, Yu Heng was only an ordinary peak, rank 9, and he was also heavily injured and weak. How could he resist the power of a supreme quality divine artifact? Your eye is already close to the God Eye level, but all eye bloodlines in the world originate from the 8 great God Eyes. But your eye? Even as death approached, Yu Heng stared at Zhao Feng's left eye, his mind rapidly turning. No, could your eye be the 9th dash? Yu Heng suddenly thought of something and roared. Collect! Zhao Feng activated the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror. Klingling! The 9 chains of lightning dragged Yu Heng's soul into the mirror. I'll let you have a taste of endless lightning torture. Zhao Feng grunted. Meow. The little thieving cat landed on Zhao Feng's shoulder and rubbed against Zhao Feng's neck. Dead. Twilight Valley softly sighed. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. This battle had truly been perilous. Fortunately, they had won in the end. At the same time, in the Chixing Zone, God Lord Stellar Aspect, who was in the middle of repairing and laying down the teleportation array, instantly became enraged. His body trembled, and a trickle of blood trickled down the corner of his lips. Chapter 1400. God Lord Stellar Aspect. All the members of my ancient soul hall are dead. God Lord Gloomheaven's body trembled as he whispered. Those peak rank 8 and rank 9 ancient gods were secondary, but 3 half-step god lords had perished. Anyone who could become a half-step god lord had a sliver of hope of becoming a god lord. The surrounding atmosphere was incomparably oppressive, and everyone shuddered in fear. Just what sort of dangerous place was the ancestral legacy treasury? All those who entered, including 3 half-step god lords, had died. Many of the people who had been fighting to get in immediately rejoiced. Fortunately, they had not gone in to die. My disciple has also met with misfortune. God Lord Stellar Aspect whispered. Upon hearing this, God Lord Gloomheaven's expression slightly relaxed. Since Yu Heng could become God Lord Stellar Aspect's disciple, he had to be a member of the Heaven's legacy race. This meant that God Lord Stellar Aspect's losses were even greater than ancient soul halls. However, if God Lord Gloomheaven were to learn that Yu Heng also had the bloodline of the ancient race, Yu Heng's value would be comparable to all of ancient Soul Hall. What kind of place is that ancestral legacy treasury? Is it that dangerous? God Lord Gloomheaven directly asked. He sensed that this ancestral legacy treasury definitely contained some extraordinary secret, or else the Heaven's legacy race would not have placed such importance on it. The surrounding ancient soul hall members immediately perked up and listened. The ancestral legacy treasury you speak of was actually a divine kingdom of the Light Clan, but it fell into the hands of the giant God Clan later. God Lord Stellar Aspect simply said, Divine kingdom? The majority of the ancient soul hall members were taken aback. The predecessor of a divine kingdom was a small world. However, the small world was too simple and fragile. As one's cultivation increased, it gradually lost its use. But once one reached the God Lord level, they could use the power of a law to transform it into a divine kingdom. I see. God, Lord Gloomhaven, was stunned. He finally understood why the Heavens legacy race cared so much about the light race divine kingdom. Whoosh! A damaged supreme quality, God, crystal, appeared in God, Lord Stellar Aspect's hand. There's more! God, Lord Gloomhaven, was left speechless. This isn't enough. Teleporting a divine master consumes too much energy. Call another divine master over. The three of us divine masters will work together, God, Lord Stellar Aspect barked. At this moment he could no longer wait. By the tree of time, everyone entered their respective cultivation spaces to recover from their injuries and energy consumption. This was especially true for Exanwuhung and Twilight Valley, the two main pillars. Constantly using God, Lord level energy had placed an enormous burden on their bodies. If they did not properly recuperate, they would be hindered in their future advancements. Within the space-time robe dimension, swoosh, Zhao Feng took out some precious materials to heal his divine body and soul, then swallowed them directly. Then he divided his thoughts into two. A part of his consciousness absorbed the harvest from this great battle. In this battle with the half-step god Lord Yuheng, who possessed the ancient race bloodline, he had gained much. The most obvious change was that Zhao Feng had a deeper understanding of some profound meanings. His realm had increased a lot. Once he finished digesting all this, Zhao Feng's rank 9 ancient god cultivation would probably stabilize. As for the last part, Zhao Feng used it to investigate the god's spiritual eye. He still remembered that when saving the little thieving cat, his god eye illusory oblivion hadn't succeeded, and he hadn't used any other eye bloodline techniques. But the mysterious flame at the center of the little thieving cat's forehead had suddenly weakened. Although Zhao Feng still didn't know why, it was definitely related to his left eye. Let's try it. With a thought from Zhao Feng, a blazing red flame ignited in the air. Zhao Feng began to circulate his origin energy. His left eye spun out dreamy mist that fused with the world around him. In a flash, the world in front of Zhao Feng became dazzlingly beautiful. Everything was covered in dreamy colors. Even the distant black destruction, serpent dragon, appeared to be a serpent of many colors. Bzzz. Zhao Feng's left eye focused on the dazzling flame in the air. This time, Zhao Feng did not use the god eye illusory oblivion, only focused on the dazzling flame. But after a long time, the flame continued to burn in the air without any change. How could this be? Zhao Feng was rather confused. Earlier, he had also been staring at the mysterious flame at the center of the thieving cat's forehead. He hadn't used any eye bloodline technique, but the flame had suddenly weakened. Why wasn't it working now? Right, it might have something to do with my thoughts. Zhao Feng had a flash of inspiration. Back then, besides focusing all his attention on the mysterious flame, he also had an intense thought. He hoped that the mysterious flame would weaken, just because of a thought. Zhao Feng found this rather absurd. He hadn't used an eye bloodline technique, but the mysterious flame had weakened just because he hoped for it to weaken? Wasn't that too inconceivable? But there were no other doubts. He could only try. Zhao Feng once more focused on the flame in the air. Weaken, weaken, he kept thinking to himself. All of a sudden, a shocking scene appeared. Whoosh! The flame in the air shrank to half its original size. Is that really the case? Zhao Feng was stunned and then ecstatic. After using the power of origin, he could change an object with a single thought. Let's try again. Zhao Feng once more focused his mind on the ball of flame. Extinguish, extinguish. This time, Zhao Feng hoped that the flame would be extinguished. As expected, the flame suddenly disappeared, as if it had never existed. It's true. Zhao Feng was dazed. There was such a strange and miraculous thing in the world. But after thinking about it, he could only attribute it to the god's spiritual eye. Let's try something else. Zhao Feng's interest was instantly piqued. Boom! Zhao Feng directly punched out a giant chaotic silver fist of light. He then circulated his origin energy and focused on the chaos origin divine fist. Multiply the power. This was Zhao Feng's thought this time, but the massive chaos origin divine fist showed no reaction. On the contrary, Zhao Feng's origin energy was rapidly draining away. This made it impossible for Zhao Feng to remain calm. The Chaos Origin Divine Fist did not get any stronger, but his origin energy was rapidly draining away. Because the battle had just concluded, Zhao Feng didn't have much origin energy left, so he quickly ran out. Why isn't it working again? Zhao Feng cross-legged on the ground and began to think. Buzz. Bzzz. At this moment, the space-time robe dimension faintly trembled. What happened? Zhao Feng immediately left the dimension. Outside, everyone else was standing on the barren ground. This divine kingdom has a spatial ripple. It seems like an outsider is trying to force his way in. Twilight Valley straightforwardly said. The tree of time had not completely withered and was still connected to him, so he could sense it. Impossible. Didn't you cut off Yu Heng's communication method? Ancient God Resplendence grimaced as she immediately asked. That might be the case, but once Yu Heng dies, the Heaven's legacy race will definitely know. Twilight Valley sighed. Everyone instantly fell silent. At a time like this, only the Heaven's legacy race had the ability to enter this dimension. Heaven's legacy race. Xian Wu Heng's expression darkened. The battle had just ended, and none of them had fully recovered. If a few more members of the Heaven's legacy race came, they would probably all die here. Is there no way to stop them? Zhao Feng straightforwardly asked. If they're below the God-Lord level, we might be able to stop them. Twilight Valley slowly said. But it was obvious that if the Heaven's legacy race sent someone else, it would definitely be a God-Lord expert. If the tree of time hadn't withered, no one would be able to get in here. Ancient God Qing Yin somewhat reluctantly said, Let's try. Perhaps it'll work. Zhao Feng straightforwardly said. The others nodded. Now truly was not the time to give up. It's over there. Twilight Valley suddenly sensed something and waved his hand. A gray and white mist immediately appeared in the sky. Within the mist was a certain place outside the ruined fortress. The space there was fiercely shuddering and rippling. However, at this moment, everyone's gazes were not focused on the rippling void. Instead, they were focused on the situation below. There were two enormous and complicated formations in that place. Next to the arrays were two women, their backs to the group. One of them was a petite girl dressed in green and had fair skin. The other was a tall woman dressed in white, her exquisite body faintly discernible, and her black hair was like a waterfall drifting in the wind. She exuded an aloof, noble, cold, and unfathomable aura. In addition, this white-clothed woman had a silver-black cat perched on her shoulder, its posture lazy. What's going on here? The Heaven's legacy race has already come? Twilight Valley called out in alarm. The Heaven's legacy race should have been attempting to enter this place. So why were there still members of the Heaven's legacy race here? The reason these two women were members of the Heaven's legacy race was naturally because of the Heaven's legacy cat. Big lazy cat? Zhao Feng was stunned. Meow meow. The little thieving cat immediately called out. A dusty memory appeared in the minds of the two of them. It was the 6 Warlock Divine Tower of the Canopy Great Country, where a legendary individual called the 6 Warlock Divine Sage lived. Next to the sage was a lazy cat. Big lazy cat, let's begin. The white-clothed woman immediately said, Meow meow. The big lazy cat jumped onto a teleportation array and began to grope around with its claws. Kaboom! The massive array immediately surged with powerful space-time energy that swept through the world, altering space-time. The rippling rift suddenly returned to its calm state. Big Sister Qin, what are we doing here? the green-clothed woman asked. I didn't ask you to come. You were the one who insisted on coming. The white-clothed woman replied with a smile. Okay, it's time to leave, the white-clothed woman said. And then she, the green-clothed woman, and the big lazy cat went to another massive array. The array activated, and the 2 humans and 1 cat vanished through the portal. God, Lord Stellar Aspect, has gone in. There should be no problems now, right? God, Lord Gloomheaven's face was rather pale. The 3 of them had expended a significant amount of energy to activate the teleportation array just now. Buzz! BZZZ! At this moment, the metal array platform in front of them suddenly began to tremble. The spatial portal within the array also began to twist. Whoosh! A silhouette flew out from within and crashed not far away. If one looked carefully, one would see that it was God, Lord Stellar Aspect. Plush! God, Lord Stellar Aspect vomited blood, his face filled with shock and anger. There's actually a reverse teleportation array in the Divine Kingdom. Who created it? Anyone other than a member of the Heaven's legacy race would find it very difficult to set up such a complex array, and a reverse teleportation array was even more complex than a teleportation array. At the same time, bang, the octagonal metal array platform exploded. Chapter 1401. In a separate dimension within the ruined ancient fortress. Everyone stood beneath the Tree of Time in shock and confusion. The big lazy cat and that person. Zhao Feng fell into thought. Logically speaking, the big lazy cat should have been with the 6 warlock sage. Strangely enough, that mysterious and noble woman in white gave Zhao Feng an inexplicable sense of familiarity, making Zhao Feng even more anxious to see her true appearance. Alas, from start to finish, the 2 women had only shown their backs. They left this dimension. Twilight Valley said, even with the ancient god seal, I couldn't open a path to the outside world, but they were able to leave. Xian Wuheng was shocked and confused. They clearly know where the hole in this dimension is, and that Heaven's legacy array is also of an extremely high level. Twilight Valley was experienced and had sharp eyes. Those 2 women were from the Heaven's legacy race. They should have been here before, so why did they leave? Ancient God Resplendent's mind was filled with questions. If those 2 women were from the Heaven's legacy race, they were probably Yu Heng's accomplices. Now that Yu Heng was dead, those 2 women had not come to take revenge, but had instead left this dimension. I'm not too sure about that, but I do know that the first formation activated by the 2 of them and the Heaven's legacy cat was able to stop the outsiders that were trying to barge into this place. Twilight Valley slowly spoke. Even he found it hard to believe that this was true. How could this be? Ancient God Resplendence was flabbergasted. After a major battle, the light race and giant god race now trusted and accepted each other, and the 2 sides were extremely friendly. Your Excellency, does this mean that those 2 Heaven's legacy race women helped us? Ancient God Qingyan found this somewhat hard to believe. The Heaven's legacy race had actually helped them? This also means that the danger is over. Ancient God Resplendence was elated. Originally, Twilight Valley's claim that an outsider was trying to break in had made everyone extremely nervous. Later on, they discovered 2 women who seemed to be from the Heaven's legacy race. However, in the end, those 2 women had managed to help them resolve the crisis they were in. Not necessarily. The person who wanted to break into this place was only stopped. Maybe there will be another operation. Twilight Valley's expression darkened. Your Excellency, is there a way to revive the Tree of Time? Ancient God Qingyan respectfully asked. The Tree of Time was the core of the Divine Kingdom. Once it completely awakened, Twilight Valley would gain initial control over the Divine Kingdom. If outsiders wanted to barge in, everyone's resistance would be much higher. Moreover, when the time came, Twilight Valley could repair the holes in the Divine Kingdom, greatly increasing the difficulty for outsiders to infiltrate. Let me try. Twilight Valley slightly creased his brow and nodded. If he was at his peak, it would be a piece of cake for him to revive the Tree of Time. With his current means, the possibility of reviving the Tree of Time was very low, but he still had to give it a try. Everyone, whenever you want to leave, I will send you out. Suddenly, Twilight Valley turned to the giant god race and Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, Xian Wuheng, and ancient god Resplendence all expressed that they wanted to stay a while longer. After all, they hadn't fully recovered from their wounds, and this place was the best place to cultivate Time Power Upanishad. If they could comprehend Time Power Upanishad to a certain level, their overall competence would increase tremendously. All right, if you want to leave, just tell me directly. Twilight Valley chuckled. After all, the fact that the Light Race Divine Kingdom was preserved and that they were still alive was all thanks to Zhao Feng and the giant god race. Twilight Valley naturally wouldn't take advantage of this and immediately drove them away. Besides, the Light Race also needed allies. Senior, Twilight Valley, ancient god Qingyan is a member of the giant god race. Xian Wuheng mentioned ancient god Qingyan. Ancient god Qingyan was originally a member of the giant god race, a peak rank 8 with decent talent. At a time like this, the giant god race was even more in need of manpower and powerful fighting power. It would be best if they could do their best to recover ancient god Qingyan's losses. This person's soul has already fused with mine. If I leave, his soul will be heavily injured, and he will lose both his foundation and potential. Ancient god Qingyan said. This also meant that if his thought body left, ancient god Qingyan would no longer be the same ancient god Qingyan of the past. Let's do it this way. Let's treat it as a transaction between me and the giant god race. Ancient god Qingyan will belong to us, and we will give you a large batch of precious resources. These resources will be enough to raise 2 or 3 rank 9 ancient gods. What do you think? Twilight Valley proposed after a few moments of thought. Xian Wuheng and ancient god Resplendence began to discuss. Although they were more profitable in terms of resources, ancient god Qingyan was a member of their race and had a decent giant god race bloodline. Right, I obtained some information from his memories. This ancient god Qingyan seems to have had secret dealings with ancient Soul Hall before. Ancient god Qingyan added, What, ancient god Qingyan? Ancient god Resplendence immediately called out in alarm. At this moment, everything was clear. It was no wonder ancient Soul Hall attacked the moment Xian Wuheng obtained the ancient god seal. It turned out that it was because of the traitor ancient god Qingyan. In addition, ancient Soul Hall might have been able to come to this dimension because of ancient god Qingyan. Deal! Xian Wuheng immediately agreed. He would have preferred to have ancient god Qingyan recover so that he could be handed over to his race. But the revival of the giant god race was far more important. In addition, if he could form a good relationship with the light race and rope in a powerful ally like Twilight Valley, the giant god race would be even more confident in resisting ancient Soul Hall. Okay, in a few days, I will deliver the items to you. Twilight Valley straightforwardly said. The giant god race had also contributed greatly this time, but they had not obtained much in return. This was why Twilight Valley had made this proposal. The value of the ancestral artifact fragment far exceeded that of ancient god Qingyan. Zhao Feng, the ancestral artifact fragment, is yours. Twilight Valley then turned to Zhao Feng. Compared to Zhao Feng, the giant god race's meager gains were almost negligible. Xian Wuheng and ancient god Resplendence were both surprised and envious. Many thanks for your help. Zhao Feng faintly smiled. Zhao Feng, the light race has other important matters to attend to. I will follow the light race for now, and when you are about to leave this place, I will go with you. The ancestral artifact fragment floated in front of Zhao Feng and began to discuss with Zhao Feng. Okay. Zhao Feng thought for a few moments, before agreeing. From Twilight Valley's appearance, it seemed like he didn't really need the ancestral artifact fragment. After all, he was a member of the light race and extremely skilled in time intent. At his peak, he was undoubtedly extremely powerful and had little need for the time-type ancestral artifact fragment. But from the ancestral artifact fragment's appearance, it seemed like it was still somewhat unwilling to accept Zhao Feng. The ancestral artifact fragment had always been with the light race, going through life and death situations. If the survival of the light race wasn't at stake, the ancestral artifact fragment naturally would not agree to the little thieving cat's proposal. In addition, although its impression of Zhao Feng had changed, it still couldn't compare to the light race. Whoosh! Whoosh! Twilight Valley and ancient god Changyin took the ancestral artifact fragment and left. As for Zhao Feng and the giant god race members, they continued to enter seclusion. Within the space-time robe, 100 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Zhao Feng returned to his peak state. Swish! Swish! A whirlpool of eye-bloodline energy appeared in the air, and one strange treasure after another slowly emerged, 40 in number. These were the cultivation resources that Zhao Feng had duplicated in the last few days. The value and quality of these resources weren't very high, so duplicating them was rather simple. Little Black, these are all yours. Zhao Feng messaged the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. At the same time, he took out a large number of cultivation resources from his interspatial dimension and gave them all to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. The resources that Zhao Feng had been using were all top class, and he had just broken through, so he was in no rush to get stronger. For this reason, Zhao Feng decided to give all the resources that he didn't really need to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. This many thanks, Master. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's eyes glowed as it kneeled. One had to realize that the majority of these cultivation resources were from the light race's divine kingdom. They were extremely old and rare. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had never seen so many rare resources in its entire life. After doing all this, Zhao Feng prepared to enter seclusion and consolidate his strength. But at this moment, buzz! BZZZ! A powerful time shockwave swept through the world, causing the space-time robe dimension to become somewhat unstable. What's going on? Zhao Feng left the space-time robe. Twilight Valley and ancient god Qingyan were standing in front of the Tree of Time. In front of them were many extremely precious treasures. Fruit of Life, Crystalline Blood Heaven's Spirit Fruit. Zhao Feng muttered in shock. He only recognized a small portion of these precious resources. The Fruit of Life contained immense life energy. If a race with a bloodline like the giant god race was severely injured and on the verge of destruction, a fruit like this would allow them to instantly recover. The crystalline blood heaven spirit fruit was also a natural resource that could increase one's vitality, strengthen the body, and instantly heal injuries to the divine body. Besides these life-type resources, there were also many treasures infused with time essence. Buzz! Buzz! Twilight Valley used a mysterious light race secret art to extract the essence of these treasures and pour it into the Tree of Time. But the Tree of Time absorbed less than 1/10,000th of this essence. And this bit of essence entering the Tree of Time was like a pebble falling into the sea. It had no effect on the sea at all. Whoosh whoosh! At this moment, the giant god race members were alarmed and appeared. They naturally understood that Twilight Valley was trying to revive the Tree of Time, but the situation did not seem to be going very smoothly. Whoosh! A few moments later, Twilight Valley stopped using his secret art. My current level of cultivation is far from enough. Twilight Valley sighed. If they could not control the Divine Kingdom, they would always have to be on guard against intruders. No matter what they did, they would never feel at ease. Let me try. Zhao Feng's voice suddenly broke the silence. Everyone turned to Zhao Feng in shock. Brother Zhao, you have a plan? Even Xan Wuheng, who had always trusted Zhao Feng, was extremely doubtful. In terms of understanding of the Tree of Time, the light race had the absolute highest level of understanding. Not even Twilight Valley had a plan, so how could Zhao Feng have one? Twilight Valley and ancient god Qingyin were also extremely doubtful. But since Zhao Feng wanted to try, there was no harm in letting him try. Zhao Feng strode up to the Tree of Time and immediately began to activate his left eye. Dreamy mist began to spin out of his left eye. A moment later, the world in front of Zhao Feng's eyes transformed into a dreamy paradise. Chapter 1402. Previously, Zhao Feng had experimented in the space-time robe dimension. He could change any object he wished, weakening or extinguishing the flame. But later on, when the target was the Chaos Origin Divine Fist, it became useless. Thus, Zhao Feng decided to use the Tree of Time as an experiment to see if the power to turn dreams into reality was real. Everyone stared at Zhao Feng. What's he doing? He's using an eye bloodline technique to restore vitality to the Tree of Time? The crowd softly muttered. Impossible. This Tree of Time is of an extremely high level. Ordinary vitality energy is completely useless. Moreover, the majority of the Tree of Time has already withered and died. Even if I use a secret technique of the light race to condense high-level vitality energy, the Tree of Time will find it very difficult to absorb. Twilight Valley shook his head. In order to revive the Tree of Time, he first had to resolve two problems. The first was vitality energy that far surpassed that of an ordinary god lord. The second was that the Tree of Time could absorb this vitality energy. Zhao Feng could not satisfy either of these requirements. Bzzz. The world in front of Zhao Feng's eyes began to change colors, making it seem like a dream. Restore vitality, revive. This thought emerged in Zhao Feng's mind as he stared at the Tree of Time. Whoosh! The origin energy in his left eye began to rapidly drain away. But the Tree of Time remained unchanged. And this time, Zhao Feng's origin energy was being drained away at an unprecedented rate. A few moments later, he had lost nearly half of his origin energy. Bzzz. Zhao Feng immediately stopped his left eye and closed it. If he continued like this, his origin energy would quickly vanish. Zhao Feng, don't force yourself. Not even I can do anything to the Tree of Time, Twilight Valley bluntly said. He had long ago predicted that Zhao Feng would fail, so he did not care too much. Why is it like this again? Zhao Feng's mind began to spin. It's just consuming origin energy, but there's no effect at all. No, perhaps there are some other limitations to this ability. Zhao Feng suddenly opened his eyes. He carefully compared the successes and failures and instantly came to a conclusion. The size and range of the target. Buzz. Zhao Feng's left eye once more surged with powerful ripples of eye intent. You haven't given up yet? Ancient God, Qingyin whispered. The rest of the people present also shook their heads slightly. They knew that Zhao Feng's eye technique was very magical, but it was not omnipotent. It could even revive the Tree of Time. Revive! Revive! In Zhao Feng's heart, such a strong thought emerged. This time, Zhao Feng's left eye focused on a small branch of the Tree of Time. Buzz! Within the God Eye dimension, the dreamy silver ball trembled and released origin energy that fused with the world. In an instant, the dark, gray, withered tree branch suddenly became plump and flickered with a layer of white light, fluctuating with the power of time. You succeeded. How is this possible? One of the branches of the Tree of Time has been revived. The crowd stared at the tree branch in disbelief. Logically speaking, if a tree were to recover its vitality, it would have to start slowly from its roots. However, at this moment, only one branch of the Tree of Time had recovered to its original state. The rest of the Tree of Time was still withered. Success! Zhao Feng's left eye stopped operating, a look of joy on his face. The success he cared about was not the Tree of Time, but the new ability of his left eye. Just as Zhao Feng expected, the ability to turn dreams into reality did exist, but the target could not be too large or else it would fail. In addition, different situations required different amounts of origin energy. For example, extinguishing an ordinary flame consumed so little origin energy that it was almost negligible, but reviving the Tree of Time consumed even more energy. Zhao Feng, how did you do it? Twilight Valley was somewhat excited and immediately asked, "Why is it that only one branch has recovered to its peak state, while the rest of the Tree of Time seems normal?" The ancestral artifact fragment couldn't help but ask. "I used up a lot of energy and need to rest for a while." Zhao Feng half closed his left eye, appearing exhausted. This ability to turn dreams into reality was far too abnormal and absurd. At this stage, he could not allow it to get out. Zhao Feng entered the space-time robe and experimented a few more times. He discovered that it truly was due to the size and range of the target. Zhao Feng spent the rest of his time researching this ability. 1 month later, Zhao Feng had almost completely recovered. On the 3rd month in the space-time robe, the light race finally requested Zhao Feng's assistance. "Zhao Feng, please help the light race revive the Tree of Time. If there's anything you need, please tell me. The light race will reward you handsomely." Twilight Valley got straight to the point. "I need a large number of resources that can purify the soul and raise its level." Zhao Feng straightforwardly said. If he didn't need anything and just revived the Tree of Time, it would be strange if he didn't arouse suspicion. "Okay, no problem," Twilight Valley agreed. Zhao Feng began to revive the Tree of Time once more. This time, Zhao Feng started from the root. By using his origin energy, Zhao Feng was able to revive a small root. In the following period of time, Zhao Feng would awaken a small part of the Tree of Time's roots every so often. Once the root was revived, the Tree of Time had gained the ability to adjust itself. Even if Zhao Feng and Twilight Valley did nothing, the Tree of Time would completely revive after a certain period of time. "Leave everything else to me," Twilight Valley straightforwardly said. Now that the Tree of Time's root had been revived, Twilight Valley would be able to revive the Tree of Time himself. At this point, he had gained initial control over the Light Race Divine Kingdom, and he had also temporarily repaired the major hole in the Divine Kingdom. This way, if someone from the outside world wanted to force their way in, it would be even more difficult. This kid, he actually managed to revive the Tree of Time. The ancestral artifact fragment was flabbergasted. "Zhao Feng, what do you need? Just ask." Twilight Valley smiled. 2 supreme quality divine artifacts and a treasure that can help a peak rank 9 ancient god break through. Zhao Feng bluntly said. He was confident that Twilight Valley would have been extremely powerful at his peak. 2 supreme quality divine artifacts would not have been a problem. "Okay, choose for yourself." Twilight Valley faintly smiled. Swish! Space rippled, and several divine artifacts, flashing with various kinds of light and exuding powerful auras, appeared in front of Zhao Feng. 10 supreme quality divine artifacts. Zhao Feng was stunned. There were 3 heavens of God Lords. A normal first heaven God Lord would have 2 supreme quality divine artifacts at most, but Twilight Valley had taken out 10. Of course, this was not the time to worry about such things. Zhao Feng needed to choose the supreme quality divine artifacts he needed. He had the space-time robe, the 9 lightning soul-refining mirror, and the ancestral artifact fragment. He basically had no lack of supreme quality divine artifacts. Thus, Zhao Feng was choosing supreme quality divine artifacts for others. After some careful selection, Zhao Feng took a red pearl inscribed with a dragon and an ancient scarlet umbrella. The Dragon Flame Pearl and Scarlet Flame Lightning Umbrella you chose are both of decent quality among these supreme quality divine artifacts. Twilight Valley praised. "Many thanks." Zhao Feng smiled, extremely satisfied with these 2 supreme quality divine artifacts. I will send over the other cultivation resources you need in a little while. Twilight Valley straightforwardly said. Twilight Valley's primary mission was to revive the Tree of Time. When the time came, he would be able to do as he pleased in the light race's treasury. Gathering resources and treasures would also be much easier. Swish! Upon entering the space-time robe dimension, Zhao Feng bestowed the Dragon Flame Pearl upon the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. This, Master. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was overwhelmed by this favor and didn't know how to express its gratitude. Zhao Feng didn't explain much and entered the ancient dream realm. Your Excellency! The Blood Flame Qilin race patriarch charged out and respectfully called out. He could clearly sense that Zhao Feng had already become a rank 9 ancient god. Not even the spiritual race could compare to this cultivation speed, so he was even more certain that Zhao Feng was the 9th god eye. Take it! Zhao Feng immediately took out the Scarlet Flame Lightning Umbrella. The Scarlet Flame Lightning Umbrella, a supreme quality divine artifact that combines both offense and defense. The Blood Flame Qilin race patriarch's eyes flashed as he immediately recognized this supreme quality divine artifact. It didn't take long before Zhao Wan arrived. In the ancient dream realm, Zhao Wan had enjoyed very good treatment and resources, and he was now a rank 8 ancient god. Zhao Feng then gave him the Deep Chill Pearl he had obtained from ancient god Ice Jade. With this, the main fighting force of Zhao Feng's team now had a supreme quality divine artifact, greatly boosting their fighting power. After taking many resources from the Blood Flame Qilin race, Zhao Feng returned to the space-time robe. These are all yours. Zhao Feng gave the vast majority of the resources he had obtained from the ancient dream realm to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon undoubtedly had more potential than the others. Master, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon found it difficult to express its excitement. In this period of time, the resources that Zhao Feng had given it could pile up into a small mountain. For the first time, it felt that Zhao Feng was very noble. 3 months later, Twilight Valley delivered quite a few cultivation resources that could help him make a breakthrough, and he also gave the ancestral artifact fragment to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng divided these resources equally between Zhao Wan, Zhao Wang, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, and the Blood Flame Qilin race. With the supreme quality divine artifact and these resources, the strength and cultivation of everyone in his team had taken a massive leap. Zhao Feng began to refine the ancestral artifact fragment. At this moment, the ancestral artifact fragment seemed to approve of Zhao Feng, perhaps because Zhao Feng had revived the Tree of Time. With the ancestral artifact fragment's cooperation, Zhao Feng was able to refine the ancestral artifact fragment in just 2 months. Before refining it, Zhao Feng's time intent had already reached level 7. But in the process of refining the ancestral artifact fragment, he had unwittingly reached peak rank 7. As expected of an ancestral artifact fragment, in the future, cultivating time intent should be no problem at all. Zhao Feng was pleasantly surprised. Of course, in the process of refining the ancestral artifact fragment, Zhao Feng also split off a great deal of his mind to cultivate other aspects. Other than his space-time intent, his other intents had all received significant boosts. The Chaos Origin Void Origin technique had been completely consolidated and had also improved. In addition, Zhao Feng had consumed a large number of lightning soul crystals and the soul-type resources he had obtained from Twilight Valley. At this time, his soul intent had also been consolidated at peak rank 9. With the control of the ancestral artifact fragment, Zhao Feng's ability to use time intent had become even stronger. The flow of time in the space-time robe had reached a ratio of 50-1. As time passed, Zhao Feng's cultivation and reserves slowly accumulated. One day, Xan Wuheng came to find him. Brother Zhao, we're preparing to leave. What are your plans? Chapter 1403. The Scarlet Iron Mountain Range spanned tens of millions of miles. It was incomparably hot, and no one below the true God level dared to set foot in this place. At this moment, somewhere in the Crimson Mountain Range, there was a very long group of people rapidly advancing. At the front of the group was a red-skinned, white-haired old man. His tall body was covered with many shocking scars, and his deep eyes seemed a little dim. Whoosh! A voluptuous and beautiful woman immediately flew to the front. This woman was none other than ancient God Stillmoon, who had gone with ancient God Sundermount to the Antian Zone to search for Zhao Feng. Great Elder, are you all right? Ancient God Stillmoon asked in concern. Earlier, in order to stop Ancient Soul Hall's assault, the Grand Elder had used a forbidden art and consumed his origin energy to stop two God Lords of Ancient Soul Hall. It's nothing serious. The Great Elder looked ahead and said calmly, "This time, our giant God Hall suffered grievous casualties. Less than 100 members survived." Ancient God Stillmoon had a sorrowful expression. The sacrifice was worth it. Once Xen Wuheng returns with his clansmen, my giant God race will rise again. The First Elder's gaze suddenly became extremely firm. The giant God race had managed to last until today precisely because of the existence of the ancient God Seal. Once the ancestral legacy treasury was opened, the giant God race would rapidly rise. Every member of Giant God Hall firmly believed that after Xen Wuheng emerged from the ancestral legacy treasury, he would lead the giant God race back into the world, and the Grand Elder was no exception. At this moment, the giant God race still wants to rise. A mocking laughter came from the dark red sky. Not good. The First Elder's expression changed, and his body trembled. Who is it? Ancient God Stillman's face chilled as she stared forward. The other members of Giant God Hall's group immediately looked shocked and prepared for battle. Wang Hu. The red mist rolled, and nearly 30 figures slowly appeared. Although there were only 30 of them, 10 of them were ancient gods, and the other 20 were the best of the best among the true gods. Looks like you're really weak. You actually didn't notice me in advance. The leader of the group was a slender, fair-skinned, gloomy man. He spoke with an evil voice. Rumble. The world instantly darkened and was filled with a gloomy and evil aura. Quite a few members of Giant God Hall's squad were seriously injured and had low cultivations. They were curled up on the ground, trembling. God, Lord, evil spirit. The Great Elder's eyes darkened as he stared at the slender and evil-looking man. At the same time, he exuded the energy of a God Lord to resist the invisible energy of God, Lord, evil spirit. Great Elder, your injuries. Ancient God Stillmoon couldn't help but look at the Grand Elder. Logically speaking, the Grand Elder was far stronger than Ancient Soul Hall's God, Lord, evil spirit. But the Grand Elder failed to sense God, Lord, evil spirit's arrival. From the looks of it, the Great Elder's injuries were probably very serious. What did you mean by your words just now? The Grand Elder's expression was extremely grim as he stared at God, Lord, evil spirit. Then let me tell you, my ancient soul hall has long since made preparations and sent people into the ancestral legacy treasury. I'm afraid that Xen Wuheng and the others are already dead. God, Lord, evil spirit, did not try to hide anything and directly spoke. What? This is impossible. The Great Elder questioned angrily. The other members of Giant God Hall also did not believe this and began to express their doubts. Truly ignorant. If it weren't for the fact that we had to deal with Xen Wuheng's group and Ancient Soul Hall's God Lords couldn't free themselves, would any of you have survived until now? God, Lord, evil spirits, shrill laughter made one's hair stand on end. In a flash, a sinister and heavy energy engulfed the minds of all the members of Giant God Hall. Indeed, given Ancient Soul Hall's strength, if it had sent 2 God Lords to pursue them, Giant God Hall would have been destroyed long ago. Plush. The Grand Elder vomited blood, a look of despair on his face. Old scoundrel, I'll send you down. God, Lord Evil Spirit bellowed as he thrust out a palm. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 skeletal evil spirits, wearing black robes, lunged at the Grand Elder. These evil spirits moved with incredible speed, their evil soul energies instantly appearing in front of the Grand Elder. Boom! Bang! The first evil spirit directly rushed over, scuttling into the great Elder's soul, blasting him several miles away. Then the second and third evil spirits pounced on him. Grand Elder! Ancient God Stillmoon called out in alarm. As expected, their Grand Elder was grievously wounded. A casual blow from God Lord Evil Spirit was enough to defeat him. The other members of Ancient Soul Hall also grimaced, but they were too weak, incapable of affecting God Lord Evil Spirit's attacks in the slightest. The second and third evil spirits were about to enter the Grand Elder's soul. Suddenly, a ripple of divine power came from behind the giant God Hall members. Humph, who said I was dead? A deafening voice could be heard, causing the entire place to buzz. Xian Wuheng. God Lord Evil Spirit's eyes focused and his face paled. How could this be? How could Xian Wuheng have survived? Wuheng. The Grand Elder was extremely familiar with this voice, and his eyes immediately flashed with a strange light. But God, Lord Evil Spirit's attack was already extremely close. The weakened Grand Elder simply couldn't dodge in time. Swish! Space rippled, and then a dreamy silver figure appeared in front of the Grand Elder. Buzz! BZZZ! Layers of space-time barriers extended out of the space-time robe, weakening the 2 evil spirits. Zhao Feng extended a hand, condensing a ball of turbid silver chaos origin divine power and firing it. Boom! Swish! The chaos origin divine power slammed into the 2 evil spirits, creating a devouring energy. The 2 forces only lasted for a few moments before vanishing. Zhao Feng! The Grand Elder came to his senses and looked at the youth in front of him. It truly was Zhao Feng. But wasn't Zhao Feng just a rank 8 ancient god? Now he was able to block an attack from a god lord. Boom! At this moment, Xian Wuheng's figure flickered through the sky toward God Lord Evil Spirit. Before it even landed, a huge white finger aura condensed and blasted out. God Lord Evil Spirit grimaced, and with a wave of his hands, 2 gloomy divine power vortexes appeared in the air. Whoosh! Xian Wuheng's finger of energy collided with the gloomy divine power vortexes, but after a few moments they shattered. You actually managed to come out alive? God Lord Evil Spirit asked in confusion. Ancient Soul Hall had sent 3 half-step god lords into the ancestral legacy treasury to kill Xian Wuheng and seize the ancient god seal. But now, Xian Wuheng was standing right in front of him. Let me tell you something. Every member of Ancient Soul Hall that entered the ancestral legacy treasury is dead. Xian Wuheng's face was cold as he said directly, "That's impossible." God Lord Evil Spirit immediately retorted in shock. At this moment, the other members of Ancient Soul Hall began to retreat. "Nothing is impossible," Xian Wuheng called out, and then he circulated his divine power and law energy, firing off several beams of energy. Kaboom! One massive beam of energy after another pierced through the gloomy world and shot toward God, Lord Evil Spirit. Half-step God, Lord. Law energy. God, Lord, Evil Spirit's expression darkened. According to the intelligence reports, Xian Wuheng was only a rank 9 ancient god, but he was now a half-step God Lord. If he didn't know Xian Wuheng's true identity, God, Lord Evil Spirit would have never believed this to be true. Even if your cultivation in your last life far surpassed mine, you're only a half-step God Lord now. You want to fight with a God Lord? God Lord Evil Spirit's face was savage and cold. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, one black-robed skeleton evil spirit after another emerged from God Lord Evil Spirit's body. More than 1,000 of them. Bone-devouring ghost claw. God Lord Evil Spirit roared. The countless black-robed evil spirits gathered their claws together, forming a massive sinister ghost claw that slashed forward. Boom! Bang! Crash! Massive crystalline figures were torn apart by the sinister ghost claw. I don't care how you managed to come out alive, but since you ran into me, I'll have you die now. God Lord Evil Spirit sinisterly laughed. Suddenly, a spatial ripple appeared behind him. Buzz! Bzzz! Zhao Feng extended a palm, sending out a torrent of turbid silver, chaos origin divine power. A moment later, this chaos origin divine power had condensed into a massive sword. Chaos origin divine sword, slash! Zhao Feng fiercely swung his right hand. Swoosh! The turbid silver chaos origin divine sword slashed at God Lord Evil Spirit. Wherever the long sword passed, the void would distort and all kinds of elemental energies would be devoured by it. The Chaos Origin Divine Sword was a powerful combat skill of the 4th level of the Chaos Heaven Void Origin Technique. A trifling rank 9 ancient god dares wait. God Lord Evil Spirit's face was filled with disdain. In the eyes of God Lords, rank 9 ancient gods were ant-like existences, completely unremarkable. But just when he was about to dodge, he realized that a profound time energy had descended upon his body. Moreover, he could sense a sliver of a time law in this time energy. Swoosh! Zhao Feng's sword slashed down, leaving behind a deep wound on God Lord Evil Spirit's body. God Lord Evil Spirit sensed that much of the energy in his body was being devoured by the Chaos Origin Divine Sword. In this process, several dozen evil spirits were destroyed by Zhao Feng. Brett, you're seeking death. God Lord Evil Spirit's face was extremely cold and sinister. If he had been injured by Exenwuhing, he might have had a reason, but he had been careless and was injured by a rank 9 ancient god. Die. God Lord Evil Spirit's sharp and ruthless voice resounded through the air. In a flash, the world rumbled as a powerful energy gathered, carrying several hundred black-robed skeletons and evil spirits as they surged toward Zhao Feng. No god lord would have a low level of space intent. The attacks of a god lord could basically affect space and prevent their opponent from using instant movement. Bzzz. Zhao Feng activated the space-time robe, his body shrouded in a layer of light as he flew through the air. This kid is this fast. God Lord Evil Spirit was taken aback. Logically speaking, a casual attack from him could kill a rank 9 ancient god. But Zhao Feng was already extremely fast, and time energy could also increase his speed. Thus, Zhao Feng could even dodge an attack from a god lord. At the same time, Exanwuhing activated his giant god race bloodline and attacked God Lord Evil Spirit with all his might. 5 elements, law-shattering palm. Exanwuhing unleashed a massive palm of 5-colored vortex energy. Wherever it went, it drove away the gloomy fog and killed the black-robed skeleton evil spirits. I can't fight Exanwuhing in close combat. God Lord Evil Spirit's expression darkened. Although Exanwuhing was only a half-step god lord, he could use many laws. Coupled with his profound understanding of intent, he could fight against a god lord. Space-time barrier. Zhao Feng saw that God Lord Evil Spirit was preparing to flee, so he activated the space-time robe and unleashed layers of white afterimages. In a flash, God Lord Evil Spirit was affected by space-time energy, and his speed was restrained. Why does this kid's time intent also contain a time law? God Lord Evil Spirit stared at Zhao Feng in confusion. Laws were the techniques of God Lords. If he hadn't been reborn, how could a mere rank 9 ancient god know a law? God, Lord, Evil Spirit could never have imagined that Zhao Feng had an ancestral artifact fragment. Even if Zhao Feng didn't directly use it, his time intent would still be strengthened and he could borrow a sliver of a time law. Chapter 1404. Not even ordinary rank 9 ancient gods would dare to recklessly engage in a battle between god lords. The other members of Giant God Hall and Ancient Soul Hall were watching from 2 sides. Lord Wuheng. The eyes of all the members of Giant God Hall flashed. Xian Wuheng's return had undoubtedly brought them hope, leading them out of the darkness. Wuheng has actually grown to this level. The Grand Elder stared at Xian Wuheng in excitement. Xian Wuheng was only a half-step God Lord, but he had the strength to fight against a First Heaven God Lord. One had to realize that before entering the ancestral legacy treasury, Xian Wuheng had only been a rank 9 ancient god. In addition, Zhao Feng's growth was even more inconceivable. He had gone from rank 8 ancient god to rank 9 and was even able to participate in a god lord battle. Ancient god resplendence. Just what did you experience in the ancestral legacy treasury? The Grand Elder couldn't help but ask. Xian Wuheng and Zhao Feng weren't the only ones who had made major progress. Ancient God Resplendence had also broken into rank 9, and she appeared to be much stronger than an ordinary rank 9 ancient god. Elder, you should first recover from your injuries. We can discuss these matters later. Ancient God Resplendence immediately took out some resources that could heal the soul and the divine body. Soul, nourishing grass, celestial blood glass fruit. The Grand Elder was slightly startled. The resources Ancient God Resplendence had taken out were not only extremely precious, but they were also extremely old, making them even more effective. It seemed like Xian Wuheng's group had reaped a great harvest in the ancestral legacy treasury. The giant god race now had a chance to rise again. Broom! In the distant horizon, the sounds of battle shook the heavens. Damn! What powerful time energy! God, Lord Evil Spirit, was inside the space-time barrier, so he immediately slowed down. Although Zhao Feng's space intent had reached level 8, it had little effect on God, Lord Evil Spirit. More importantly, although his time intent was only at the peak of level 7, its effects were superb. Moreover, Zhao Feng had the space-time supreme quality divine artifact, the space-time robe, and he also had the invisible buff from the ancestral artifact fragment. Chaos Origin Divine Sword. Zhao Feng swung down with his raised right hand, and the massive silver sword once more accurately slashed at God, Lord Evil Spirit body. At this moment, God, Lord Evil Spirit felt like some of the energy in his body was inexplicably sucked away. This kid's divine power is extremely powerful, comparable to the divine power of a half-step God Lord, and it's even stranger. God, Lord, Evil Spirit's eyes dimmed. At this moment, God, Lord, Evil Spirit unleashed a ripple of energy that shook the heavens and earth. A chaotic 5-colored light appeared in front of Xian Wuheng. The laws contained within it were extremely profound, causing the world to change color and the sun and moon to flip. Not good. This Xian Wuheng, God, Lord, Evil Spirit, grimaced in shock at the sight. Compared to Zhao Feng, God, Lord, Evil Spirit paid more attention to Xian Wuheng. The situation isn't good. When Xian Wuheng and Zhao Feng work together, they can stand shoulder to shoulder with an ordinary God Lord. If the giant God race's Grand Elder recovers and joins the battle, the evil spirit god thought about it and felt that the situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. Although he wasn't afraid of Xian Wuheng and Zhao Feng teaming up, he didn't feel any fear. The giant god race's Grand Elder was an outstanding First Heaven God Lord. As long as he recovered some of his strength, the 3 of them working together could dominate the battlefield. As for the ancient soul hall side, it didn't even have a half-step God Lord. Retreat. After weighing the pros and cons, the evil spirit god immediately made this decision. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The other experts of ancient soul hall immediately fled. Wanna leave? Zhao Feng and Xan Wuheng immediately realized what the evil spirit god was planning. The evil spirit god was rather cautious. When he saw that the situation was off, he immediately chose to retreat. Any other god lord might have felt shame in running and chosen to fight head-on, but this would only result in greater losses and an even more miserable defeat. Go! Xan Wuheng thrust out the 5-colored stream of light in front of him. This 5-colored stream of light was imbued with powerful law energy that could absorb the boundless energy of the world to strengthen itself. Boom! The 5-colored stream of light howled toward God, Lord Evil Spirit, exuding an immense pressure. This attack isn't simple. God, Lord Evil Spirit's eyes dimmed. The white bone necklace around his neck flashed with light, unleashing layers of gray-white bone prisons that protected him. Broom! A 5-colored stream of light wreaked havoc around the area around God, Lord Evil Spirit. Xan Wuheng's gotten even stronger. Zhao Feng mentally sighed in shock. At this moment, Xan Wuheng had 70 to 80% of the strength of a first heaven god lord. It wouldn't be long before Xan Wuheng stepped into the ranks of god lords. Boom! Dish! God, Lord Evil Spirit charged out of the 5-colored storm of light and began to flee into the distance. Chaos Origin Divine Sword Double Slash. Zhao Feng's other hand also formed a massive sword. Swoosh swoosh. The 2 Chaos Origin Divine Swords slashed forward, shattering the tattered bone prison and leaving 2 wounds on God Lord Evil Spirit's body. I, God Lord Evil Spirit, will definitely repay the humiliation of today tenfold. God Lord Evil Spirit left behind his last words as he vanished into the distance. Now it's time for Giant God Hall's counterattack and your payback. Xan Wuheng gazed in the direction that God, Lord Evil Spirit, had fled and calmly said. Xan Wuheng and Zhao Feng had worked together to push back the ancient Soul Hall God Lord. This sight was a massive shock to the members of Giant God Hall. But in truth, God, Lord Evil Spirit, had chosen to retreat out of fear of the Grand Elder. Now that they were out of danger, Xan Wuheng led the members of Giant God Hall elsewhere. At this time, Giant God Hall needed to rest and build up strength, and then slowly expand. 1 month later, the members of Giant God Hall arrived at a dangerous land. Relying on their God Lord abilities, they were able to move mountains and drain seas to reclaim their territory. On this day, Xan Wuheng was seated in a secret hall in Giant God Hall's new territory. It was all thanks to Brother Zhao's help that we were able to return alive. Xan Wuheng was the first to speak. This time, the upper echelon members present had no objections to Zhao Feng, and they even greeted him with smiles and respect. Even the Grand Elder's attitude had become extremely friendly, based on how Zhao Feng and Xan Wuheng had worked together to push back God Lord Evil Spirit. Zhao Feng's future accomplishments would be no less than Xan Wuheng's. Befriending a genius like this would only bring benefits and no harm to Giant God Hall. Xan Wuheng gave a rough account of what had happened in the ancestral legacy treasury, but he did not mention a single word about Yu Heng. Yu Heng was a member of the Heavens legacy race. If the Giant God race learned that ancient Soul Hall had a relationship with the Heavens legacy race, it would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow. Many thanks, young friend Zhao, for helping my Giant God race. A few of the Giant God race members present smiled and spoke. What came next was the plan for the future development of the Giant God race. Xan Wuheng's group had obtained an extremely rich harvest this time. If used well, the Giant God race truly would be able to rise in a short time. Zhao Feng was not interested in any of this, so he left early. After leaving the hall, Zhao Feng went to find Kuan Yin and Nan Gongsheng. Before the battle, he had given Nan Gongsheng and Kuan Yin a few trump cards, allowing them to smoothly survive. Moreover, after experiencing the tempering of this battle, both of their cultivations and strength had improved tremendously. It's only been a short time since we last met, but your strength has already reached such a level. Kuan Yin was extremely envious. I was able to survive this time, thanks to your help. Nan Gongsheng was a little less talkative. He still viewed Zhao Feng as a competitor, but Zhao Feng's current strength had reached a level that he would find difficult to catch up to. After spending a few days in Giant God Hall's new territory, Zhao Feng asked for his leave. Ever since he had secretly left the spiritual race, he had never returned. Now that so much time had passed, he still had no idea how Zhao Yufei was doing. Brother Zhao, many thanks for this time, Xian Wuheng gratefully said. The Grand Elder had also come to personally send off Zhao Feng. When Zhao Feng first arrived, he had been extremely repulsed by Zhao Feng, but to his surprise, Zhao Feng had really done as Xian Wuheng had said and provided the giant god race with enormous assistance. Before leaving, the Grand Elder had even gifted Zhao Feng a small flying tool. The journey from the Chixing zone to the spiritual race was long and dull, so a flying tool was even better. Whoosh! A simple and unadorned flying ship flew through the air. Zhao Feng had also begun his journey back to the spiritual race. The moment he entered the space-time robe, Zhao Feng noticed something strange. Master, I've already broken into rank 9. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, happily said. Moreover, the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, had only used up half of the resources that Zhao Feng had given it. There was still plenty of room for growth. In addition, the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, was no longer a serpent dragon, but a true dragon. In the Ancestral Legacy Treasury, Zhao Feng had accidentally discovered a true dragon horn that could help the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon evolve even further, so he had Twilight Valley help him steal it. When using the reverse scale of the dragon race, the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, had almost reached the state of a true dragon. Now that it was using the Dragon Yuan essence of the true dragon horn, the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, had completely transformed into a true dragon. After becoming a true dragon, the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon's talent and potential had been further improved. Zhao Feng looked at the others. Zhao Wang had reached the peak of rank 8. Zhao Wan had reached rank 9, and the blood-flamed Qilin race patriarch had become a half-step godlord. Zhao Feng was not satisfied with this. After giving a few words of advice, he began to cultivate. First, Zhao Feng planned to create a 4th clone. He had obtained a pair of eyes of space-time from the God Eye ruins that were close to the quasi-God Eye level. If his 4th clone could control this pair of eyes, it would undoubtedly be of great help to Zhao Feng. In less than a month, Zhao Feng successfully split his soul, and the soul intent of his 4th clone had reached rank 9. Zhao Feng had long ago made preparations for his 4th clone's body. When reviving the Tree of Time, Zhao Feng had taken a branch. In the following period of time, Zhao Feng used his God Eye to duplicate this branch until he had enough copies to create a decent divine body. As he duplicated the branch, Zhao Feng split off a part of his mind to cultivate the Chaos Origin Divine Sword. The Chaos Origin Divine Sword was a powerful combat skill of the 4th level of the Chaos Heaven Void Origin technique. Zhao Feng had only just begun to learn it and had no complete control over it. In terms of power, the Chaos Origin Divine Sword was more than a level higher than the Chaos Origin Divine Fist. Moreover, he could control the Chaos Origin Divine Sword more freely, allowing him to engage in both close and long-range combat. As he cultivated the Chaos Origin Divine Power, Zhao Feng's various aspects of intent energy were also slowly increasing. In less than half a year, Zhao Feng had complete control over the Chaos Origin Divine Power. The increase in his intent energy also caused the power of the Chaos Origin divine sword to increase. Chaos origin divine power is so powerful. If I could use it in an eye bloodline technique, with this idea in mind, Zhao Feng began to experiment. If he could fuse such powerful chaos origin divine power into an eye bloodline technique, its power would definitely be extraordinary. Chapter 1405. Chaos origin divine power is so powerful. If I could use it in an eye bloodline technique. With this idea in mind, Zhao Feng began to experiment. If he could fuse such powerful chaos origin divine power into an eye bloodline technique, it would definitely be extraordinarily powerful. Right now, my strongest chaos origin combat skill is the chaos origin divine sword. If he was going to do something, he would do it the strongest. Zhao Feng planned to start with the chaos origin divine sword and fuse in or create a new eye bloodline technique. 1 year later, Zhao Feng's flying ship left the Chixing zone and entered the Antian zone. Within the space-time robe, a handsome and mysterious youth stood in front of Zhao Feng, his entire body exuding a faint light that affected time. This was the new divine body that Zhao Feng had created using the branches of the space-time tree. This divine body was rather similar to the light race's time body, but it probably only had 20 to 30% of the effect. And within this divine body was Zhao Feng's fourth soul, Zhao Kong. He had already completely fused with the eye of space-time, which was close to the quasi-god eye level. Go and cultivate by yourself. Zhao Feng straightforwardly said. Zhao Kong's soul intent had reached rank 9, but his divine body was only that of a rank 8 ancient god. However, his divine body had incredible potential and talent, and it wouldn't take long for it to catch up. When the time came, his fourth clone, Zhao Kong, would probably be the strongest helper of all of Zhao Feng's clones. In this long period of time, other than creating his clones, Zhao Feng spent the majority of his time comprehending and creating new eye bloodline techniques. One day, Zhao Feng left the space-time robe and arrived outside the flying ship. A ripple of eye intent suddenly appeared in his left eye. The chaos origin divine power in Zhao Feng's left eye rapidly condensed into a miniature chaos origin divine sword. The miniature chaos origin divine sword shot out with incredible speed, instantly crossing 200,000 to 300,000 li brum. Wherever the chaos origin divine sword passed, it would madly devour other energies to strengthen itself. What it could not devour would be destroyed. Not bad. Zhao Feng nodded. Now he was able to use the chaos origin divine sword with eye bloodline techniques, and its power and speed seemed to have improved. However, the ordinary mixed origin divine sword was a continuous attack that could cause a large amount of damage over time. The pupil technique version of the chaos divine sword, on the other hand, was a one-time consumable. Comparatively speaking, it wasn't very useful. However, Zhao Feng had only just deduced this ocular technique, so there was still a lot of room for improvement. Next, he would either have to raise the damage of the Chaos Origin Divine sword technique to another level, or he would have to make sure that his eye technique could also deal continuous damage. I'll deduce in the first direction and increase the power of my ocular technique. After a few moments of thought, Zhao Feng entered the space-time robe and continued to create new eye bloodline techniques. Another year passed in the outside world. One day, Zhao Feng's flying ship entered the Xiling Zone's spiritual race territory. I'm finally back. I wonder how Yufei is doing now. Inside the spaceship, Zhao Feng smiled. He had left without saying goodbye for such a long time. Zhao Yufei would definitely be angry with him. But when Zhao Feng's flying ship passed through a 4.5-star faction, 2 ancient god divine senses swept out from the palace below, but the isolation of the flying ship made it impossible for them to sense Zhao Feng's situation. In a simple and unadorned hall, a red-skinned middle-aged man and a violet-robed woman were seated on 2 sides. The red-skinned middle-aged man was a rank 7 ancient god, while the violet-robed woman had an even stronger aura, being a peak rank 7. Moreover, she had a voluptuous figure and a peerlessly beautiful face. This flying ship's speed is peak rank 7, so the person inside must be at least peak rank 7. However, he's probably just passing through this place. The violet-robed woman softly said, "Peak rank 7. The red-skinned, middle-aged man's expression darkened, but he said nothing. But suddenly, the spaceship that was already far away suddenly changed direction. Whoosh! The ancient, dark yellow spaceship came to a stop above the palaces. Back again. The violet-robed woman and the red-skinned man immediately stood up and left the palace. We took the liberty of using our divine senses to observe, good sir, just now. We meant no harm," the red-skinned man straightforwardly said. "After all, this person might be an ancient god above peak rank 7, and it truly was rather rude of them to use their divine senses to observe him." Swish! Zhao Feng appeared out of thin air. A powerful ancient god aura immediately spread out, causing the souls of all the nearby experts below the ancient god level to tremble. They felt like they were bound and unable to move. Of course, this was under the condition that Zhao Feng was concealing his aura and not being too ostentatious. Zhao Feng! The two ancient gods stared in shock at Zhao Feng, a hint of apprehension in their eyes. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled, but he said nothing. He was extremely famous in the Xiling Zone, so it wasn't strange for these people to recognize him. However, it was rather unusual for these people to fear him. Zhao Feng had noticed this place and returned because, on his first visit to the Xiling Zone, he happened to visit this faction, Universal Salvation Hall. And it was precisely because of Universal Salvation Hall that Zhao Feng came into contact with the Life Origin sect and ultimately joined the spiritual race. Based on what Zhao Feng knew, Universal Salvation Hall was a medicine Dao faction. But when he passed by this place, he realized that this place was suffused with a somber aura. The majority of its members were also seething with killing intent. It's actually Zhao Feng. In the gambling match between the two races several years ago, he defeated the ancient god genius of the blazing gold race. He's probably even stronger now. What do we do? The red-skinned man messaged the violet-robed woman. The violet-robed woman stared at Zhao Feng, her eyes extremely gloomy. Even with her peak rank 7 cultivation, she couldn't tell what level of cultivation Zhao Feng had reached. Zhao Feng was a rank 7 ancient god before, but only a few years had passed. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't possibly have reached rank 8. If they gathered the strength of everyone present, they might be able to contend against him. But the violet-robed woman couldn't see through Zhao Feng's cultivation, and she felt inexplicably uneasy. Thus, she did not act recklessly. Zhao Feng just returned to the Xiling Zone, so he might not know what's going on. We'll hide it from him and think of a way to keep him here. Then we'll report this to the higher-ups and capture him in one fell swoop. The violet-robed woman thought of a rather reliable method. Okay, if we can capture him, we'll have rendered a great service. The red-skinned man was secretly excited. After making their decision, the two of them messaged everyone else to cooperate so that they wouldn't give themselves away. You're the number 1 genius of the Xiling Zone, Zhao Feng, who directly attained rank 6 of the heavenly divine realm and broke into rank 7 in just a few short years, right? This Qing has always wanted to get to know genius Zhao. Please do not take any offense. The red-skinned man gave a genial smile. Young Master Zhao, you've probably just returned. Why don't you stay here and rest a little? This will also give us a chance to get to know you. The violet-robed woman had a charming posture and a pleasant voice that seemed capable of melting one's heart. It's been a long and arduous journey. I'm truly a little tired. Thank you for your trouble. From start to finish, Zhao Feng had been carefully observing the red-skinned man and the violet-robed woman before putting away the flying ship. He felt that there was something very wrong with these two. Since they wanted to keep him here so badly, he might as well stay and see what tricks they had up their sleeves. The man and woman were startled. They hadn't expected that Zhao Feng would so easily keep them here. The red-skinned man looked at Zhao Feng and discovered that Zhao Feng's gaze was fixed on the violet-robed woman. He couldn't help but send a voice transmission with a smile. "I think this boy is most likely interested in you." Although the violet-robed woman was rather old, she was a cultivator. Her complexion was no different from a young woman's, and her enchanting figure and mature temperament were rare for young women. It is Universal Salvation Hall's great fortune to be able to receive young Master Zhao. The violet-robed woman smiled charmingly and immediately invited Zhao Feng into Universal Salvation Hall. Zhao Feng was arranged to stay in a palace rich in spiritual energy and suffused with the fragrance of flowers. Zhao Feng couldn't be bothered with anything else. His cultivation journey truly had been rather dull, so he decided to leisurely stroll around and relax. After resting for 2 days, Zhao Feng recalled the matter of eye bloodline techniques and suddenly had an idea. Chaos Origin Divine Power is extremely inclusive. If I can fuse it with the Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame, not only will it be even more powerful, it can also become an instantaneous eye bloodline technique that's almost impossible to dodge. With this thought in mind, Zhao Feng attempted to fuse these 2 eye bloodline techniques. However, the Chaos Origin Divine Sword and the Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame were both rather powerful. Perfectly fusing them would take more than 1 or 2 days. But after just 5 days, an abnormally powerful and scorching ancient energy descended upon Universal Salvation Hall. Whoosh! Whoosh! The violet-robed woman and red-skinned man immediately rushed out, paying respects to ancient God Golden Wheel. Zhao Feng is in Universal Salvation Hall. The 2 respectfully greeted ancient God Golden Wheel, whose body was covered in golden glassy tattoos. With ancient God Golden Wheel personally here, this brat is doomed. The red-skinned man flattered. Ancient God Golden Wheel was an outstanding rank 8 ancient god, and he had the bloodline of the blazing gold race. It was rumored that he had once battled with a peak rank 8 ancient god for 3 days before finally killing him. "Haha, Zhao Feng, get out here." Ancient God Golden Will looked at Zhao Feng's palace and loudly laughed. Ancient God Golden Will hadn't expected for his luck to be so good. The faction he occupied was the closest to Universal Salvation Hall, so upon receiving the news, he immediately rushed over. Kaboom! The dark, red, scorching sound wave was like a translucent tsunami that covered the sky and covered the earth as it surged forward. If an ordinary rank 8 ancient god were suddenly disturbed in the middle of their cultivation, their mind would be heavily injured and perhaps even suffer a cultivation defect. This is the trick they're playing. Zhao Feng opened his eyes, his expression cold. Swish! In a flash, Zhao Feng appeared in the sky. At this moment, the 2 ancient gods of Universal Salvation Hall were standing on either side of ancient God Golden Wheel. All the experts of Universal Salvation Hall had joined together into a strange formation. Zhao Feng, it really is you. Obediently accept your death. Ancient God Golden Wheel was extremely excited to see Zhao Feng, and without another word he waved his hand. A blazing golden wheel of fire shot toward Zhao Feng in a streak of golden red light, accompanied by waves of fire. So powerful! Is this the strength of the blazing gold race? The red-skinned man was stunned. If it were him, he would have been instantly killed. Ancient God Golden Will has gotten even stronger. Not even a peak rank 8 ancient god would dare to be careless with this attack. The violet-robed woman sensed the powerful ancient energy on ancient God Golden Wheel's body and couldn't help but shiver. But a moment later, the 2 of them were struck dumb. When the blazing golden wheel reached Zhao Feng, it suddenly became extremely slow, as if it couldn't even move an inch. The golden wheel of fire was still slowly spinning, but it gave them the feeling that they would never be able to get close to Zhao Feng. You want to take this Zhao's head with just this bit of skill. Zhao Feng faintly smiled as he scanned the three ancient gods in front of him. Chapter 1406. You want to take this Zhao's head with just this bit of skill. Zhao Feng faintly smiled as he scanned the three ancient gods. The blazing golden wheel in front of him slowly turned, but it seemed like it would never get close to Zhao Feng. This scene caused the hearts of the three ancient gods to skip a beat, and their faces filled with shock. Time intent. The three ancient gods naturally sensed this energy. But to be able to stop ancient god Golden Wheel's attack, just what level had Zhao Feng's time intent reached? Impossible. How could you? Ancient god Golden Wheel's body trembled as he stared in disbelief at Zhao Feng. The Blazing Gold Race's intelligence reports said that Zhao Feng was only a rank 7 ancient god. But could a rank 7 ancient god so easily neutralize the supreme technique of a rank 8 ancient god? It hadn't even been 10 years, but Zhao Feng had grown to this level. You're probably the only one who came. Zhao Feng scanned the distance and saw that there was no one else. This ancient god Golden Will had definitely planned to take all the credit for himself and had rushed over as quickly as possible. Boom! Zhao Feng punched, pulverizing the blazing golden wheel. Moreover, the Chaos Origin divine power on his fist devoured all the other energy before returning to Zhao Feng's body. Run! Upon seeing this, ancient god Golden Wheel immediately fled. Boom! Ancient god Golden Wheel's body exploded with golden flames as he burned his divine power and used a secret art to increase his speed and flee into the distance. Given the strength that Zhao Feng had displayed, even if the three of them worked together, they still had no chance of winning. The red-skinned man and violet-robed woman also used instant movement in 2 different directions. The 3 of them fled in different directions. At this moment, they were all betting that as long as Zhao Feng went to capture the other person, they would be able to survive. You think you can escape? Zhao Feng's left eye suddenly surged with powerful ripples of eye intent. Dish! Dish! In an instant, 2 chaos divine swords that were as thick as an arm shot out from within, and they flew towards the red-skinned middle-aged man and the purple-robed woman, respectively. In less than a moment, the 2 mixed origin divine swords traveled hundreds of thousands of miles and pierced through their bodies. A blood-curdling scream sounded out as the 2 of them turned into countless pieces and disappeared. Above the dense ancient forest, the space fluctuated. Whoosh! A golden figure leaped out of the void and quickly went far away. That was close. Zhao Feng chose to kill the 2 of them first. I managed to escape. Ancient God Golden Will breathed a sigh of relief. We have to report this matter to the Blazing Gold Race. We have to kill Zhao Feng before he returns to the spiritual race. Ancient God Golden Wheel's expression tightened. Based on the strength that Zhao Feng had displayed just now, his cultivation had at least reached the peak of the 8th level, or even the 9th level. With such a terrifying rate of growth, they absolutely could not allow Zhao Feng to continue growing. But at this moment, Ancient God Golden Will faintly laughed. You still want to kill me? How is this possible? You're actually in front of me. Ancient God Golden Will seemed to be given a massive fright, his face ghastly pale as he fearfully stared at Zhao Feng. Even if Zhao Feng was extremely fast, he should have caught up from behind. How had he suddenly appeared in front of him? Whoosh! Zhao Feng slowly flew over, approaching Ancient God Golden Wheel. A long time ago, he had already learned the dimensional shifting. Spatial shift could cover an extremely long distance. Just now, Zhao Feng had used spatial shift, but he ended up running too far and had to come back to find Ancient God Golden Wheel. Zhao Feng, then let's die together. Ancient God Golden Wheel's face was wretched as he clenched his teeth and began to burn the divine power in his body. Given the grudge between the Blazing Gold Race and Zhao Feng would never let him go. Thus, He had decided to self-detonate. If he could kill Zhao Feng, he would have profited. You want to self-detonate? Zhao Feng waved a palm. A layer of strange white energy immediately engulfed Ancient God Golden Wheel. In a flash, Ancient God Golden will seem to enter a world of slow motion. His every movement, every thought, and even the process of self-detonation became extremely slow. Whoosh! Zhao Feng immediately approached the self-detonating Ancient God Golden Wheel, his left eye unleashing a powerful soul energy to search Ancient God Golden Wheel's soul. So that's what's going on. The two races are going to war. Zhao Feng was taken aback. The spiritual race and the blazing gold race had always been at odds with each other. If not for the suppression of the life-sacred land, the two races would have gone to war several 100 million years ago. But this time, the life-sacred land was not able to suppress them. The exact details could be traced back to the 3rd year after Zhao Feng left the spiritual race. At the time, a large secret dimension appeared in the Xiling Zone. All the signs indicated that this secret dimension was deeply connected to one of the top 10 ancient races. The God Realm Sacred Land of the Xiling Zone worked together with 4 5-star factions to seal off the news and begin their own exploration. But due to the restrictions of the secret dimension, only those below the ancient god level could enter. Thus, all the major factions sent their top-class experts below the ancient god level into the secret dimension. In the end, the spiritual race disciples managed to steal an extremely important treasure from the blazing gold race disciples. At the start, the two races tried to negotiate, but they failed. Afterward, the two sides began to invade and fight over the treasure. For this reason, Universal Salvation Hall, which was originally part of the spiritual race's territory, was occupied by the blazing gold race. This ancient God Golden Will doesn't know much, and it might even be inaccurate. Zhao Feng did not completely trust ancient God Golden Wheel's memories, only using them as a reference. Once he returned to the spiritual race, Zhao Feng would naturally know the specifics. You can die now. Zhao Feng waved his hand at Ancient God Golden Wheel. In a flash, Ancient God Golden Wheel returned to normal, and his speed suddenly increased. No, Ancient God Golden Will wanted to stop the self-detonation, but he couldn't. It was like he had entered a world of acceleration. Rumble! The deafening, destructive energy of the golden flames wreaked havoc and destroyed a large area of the earth. As for Zhao Feng, he had long ago left the range of the explosion. Now that my identity has been exposed, I can't use the flying ship to travel. Zhao Feng said after some thought. In addition, he could not let the blazing gold race know of his true identity. If the blazing gold race knew that he had gone from rank 7 to rank 9 in just a few short years, they would probably immediately send out God Lords to kill him. Although Zhao Feng and Exan Wuhing had worked together to defeat a God Lord, Exan Wuhing had been the main force in that battle. But that was because Exan Wuhing was the main force, while Zhao Feng used sneak attacks to restrain him. If Zhao Feng were to face a God Lord by himself, he would only be able to run. Moreover, Zhao Feng's cultivation speed truly was too fast. If the spiritual race learned of this, it was inevitable that some of them would become greedy. Swish! Zhao Feng took out the ancestral artifact fragment from his interspatial dimension. Is there a way to hide my cultivation energy? It would be best if not even God Lords could sense it? Zhao Feng asked. That's rather simple. The ancestral artifact fragment appeared to be very relaxed. The complete ancestral artifact fragment had been born countless years ago and possessed vast knowledge and many secret techniques. A secret art to hide one's cultivation was naturally nothing difficult. This is a secret sealing art of the God sealing race. Once you comprehend it and I use it together, we can even hide from a first heaven God Lord. The ancestral artifact fragment unleashed a stream of light that entered Zhao Feng's mind. 3 days later, Zhao Feng successfully comprehended the God sealing race's secret sealing art. Working together with the ancestral artifact fragment, he sealed his cultivation energy to the peak of rank 8. Zhao Feng began to use spatial shift to travel. BZZZ. Spatial ripples began to revolve around Zhao Feng. Gradually, the spatial vortex shrank, but the spatial ripples intensified. A moment later, Zhao Feng's body sank into the spatial vortex. He had already reached the Xiling zone, so he wasn't too far away. Using spatial shift would be faster. BZZZ. A spatial vortex suddenly appeared, and Zhao Feng's body slowly emerged from it. After using spatial shift several times, Zhao Feng would rest for a few moments. Less than 3 months later, Zhao Feng smoothly arrived at the spiritual race. Given Zhao Feng's status in the spiritual race, he naturally caused a huge uproar. Zhao Feng had disappeared for many years without any news. Many people even believed that Zhao Feng had died in an accident or had been assassinated by the Blazing Gold race. But now, Zhao Feng had not only returned to the spiritual race, but his cultivation had also reached peak rank 8. It was clear that Zhao Feng had encountered a major opportunity while out tempering. Otherwise, how could he have reached peak rank 8 in less than 10 years? The first thing Zhao Feng did upon his return was to seek out Zhao Yufei. However, she was in seclusion in the spiritual race's forbidden ground. Zhao Feng, what sort of opportunity did you encounter outside that allowed you to reach peak rank 8? Zhao Yufei's master, the spiritual race's third elder, asked. He had been doing his best to guide Zhao Yufei this entire time, stimulating the power of her spiritual race bloodline in the hopes that Zhao Yufei could surpass Zhao Feng. After much difficulty, Zhao Yufei had encountered a major opportunity in the secret dimension, and upon her return, she entered seclusion and began to soar in strength. But Zhao Feng had already reached peak rank 8. I accidentally entered a dimension left behind by the light race. There were many opportunities. Zhao Feng gave a rather vague explanation. It seems like you and Yufei are both people blessed by great fortune. The third elder sighed. What's wrong with Yufei? Zhao Feng immediately asked. Zhao Yufei had probably entered one of the top 10 ancient secret dimensions of the Xiling Zone. There were apparently rumors about Zhao Yufei in ancient God Golden Wheel's memories, but he wasn't very sure. She obtained the legacy of one of the top 10 ancient races, the God Martial clan. The third elder somewhat excitedly and smugly said. The third elder had always held a grudge against him for refusing Zhao Feng as a disciple. Now that Zhao Yufei had obtained the legacy of the God Martial race, she was certain to surpass Zhao Feng in the future and lead the spiritual race to glory. God Martial race? Zhao Feng was startled. The God Martial race was a mythical race ranked 5th among the 10,000 ancient races. It was the race with the highest comprehension ability. The members of this race generally had a cultivation level that far surpassed their own cultivation level. They also had a high level of comprehension of various intents, and it was even easier for them to comprehend law energy than other races. In addition, the God Martial race was a warlike race with unparalleled talent for battle. They could use all kinds of combat skills and secret arts to an extremely high level, and they were a mythical race with supreme fighting power. This is probably the reason why the Blazing Gold race is at war with the spiritual race. Zhao Feng's heart sank. The cultivation speed of the spiritual race had always been the fastest among the 10,000 ancient races, and now that Zhao Yufei had obtained the legacy of the God Martial race, she had made up for her flaws in cultivation level and comprehension ability. In just 1,000 years or 10,000 years, Zhao Yufei would be able to become a God Lord, and she would be a spiritual race God Lord with extremely powerful fighting abilities. This would be enough to change the fate of the spiritual race. As the mortal enemy of the spiritual race, the Blazing Gold race would never allow such a thing to happen. Chapter 1407. I'm afraid that this is the reason the Blazing Gold race is at war with the spiritual race. Zhao Feng's heart sank. Correct. The blazing gold race even sent a half-step god lord to assassinate Zhao Yufei, but my race discovered and stopped them. The third elder's expression chilled as he spoke. What? The blazing gold race actually sent a half-step god lord to assassinate Yufei? Zhao Feng's face was also filled with surprise. He hadn't expected for the blazing gold race to send a force of this level to deal with a true god junior. At present, Yufei is the core of the spiritual race. Once she matures, the trifling blazing gold race will no longer be a match for my spiritual race. The third elder rejoiced, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Firstly, he was Zhao Yufei's master. If Zhao Yufei became a god lord, he would also gain some face. Secondly, Zhao Feng had once refused his offer to take him as a disciple, and the third elder's second disciple, Zhao Yufei, was certain to surpass Zhao Feng in the future. In the past, when outsiders spoke of the number one genius of the spiritual race, it was always Zhao Feng. But in the future, that might not be the case. Yufei became a rank 7 ancient god after returning from the secret realm and has been in seclusion for several years now. The third elder's smile widened as he saw the shock on Zhao Feng's face. Zhao Feng nodded. Zhao Yufei's potential had always been extraordinary, and now that she had obtained the legacy of the god martial race, her future achievements would be extraordinary. She might even be able to lead the spiritual race back to its former glory. Zhao Feng, the spiritual race is currently lacking in high-level fighters. Since you've just returned, why don't you go to the front lines and temper yourself? The third elder continued to speak to Zhao Feng. Although he had a grudge against Zhao Feng, that was only because Zhao Feng had refused his offer to take him as a disciple. Zhao Feng had just returned from his travels, and his cultivation had soared to peak rank 8. His foundation was definitely not firm, and his strength could not compare to that of a veteran peak rank 8. Thus, the third elder wanted Zhao Feng to temper himself on the front lines and consolidate his strength. At the same time, he could alleviate the spiritual race's disadvantage. Lack of high-level combat power? Zhao Feng was a little confused. Logically speaking, the overall strength of the spiritual race should be slightly stronger than the blazing gold race. The war between the two races was instigated by the blazing gold race. Back then, they suddenly launched a sneak attack that swiftly wiped out a large number of the spiritual race's upper echelon forces. Although the spiritual race was the first to react, the blazing gold race still holds the advantage in this war. The third elder said with a slightly angry expression, "All right then." Zhao Feng agreed to participate in the battle. After he had become a core disciple of the spirit race, he had gained a lot of benefits by relying on the spirit race, a 5-star faction. Moreover, the war between the two clans had started because of Zhao Yufei, so it was not appropriate for Zhao Feng to interfere. In addition, after a large number of battles and slaughters, when the time came for Zhao Feng to remove the seal on his cultivation and reveal his true cultivation, the possibility of others suspecting him would be greatly reduced. Okay, hurry to the Celestial Net sect. This faction is one of the more important parts of the spiritual race's territory, and the blazing gold race has always wanted to occupy it. The third elder immediately gave Zhao Feng an important mission. After leaving the forbidden ground of the spiritual race, Zhao Feng tidied himself up a little and then set off. At the same time, in a secret underground palace, suffused with blazing light, reporting to Elder, Zhao Feng has returned to the spiritual race. A golden-armored man appeared in the underground palace, his expression respectful. 3 balls of light floated in front of him. The one in the middle was rather old, but he was tall and muscular. His entire body was shrouded in golden flames, and his face was stern and dignified. That brat has appeared again. Elder Jin's eyes flashed. He was the Elder Jin who had led the blazing gold race in the gambling match between the two races, and he had a very deep impression of Zhao Feng. The spiritual race is truly blessed to have produced 2 peerless geniuses in Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei. To Elder Jin's left, a rather short, middle-aged man had a sinister and cold light in his eyes. "What is Zhao Feng's current situation?" Elder Jin asked. "Zhao Feng has returned to the spiritual race, and his cultivation has reached peak rank 8. He has already left the spiritual race and seems to be preparing to enter the battlefield," the golden-armored man immediately replied. "Peak rank 8? Elder Jin and the short middle-aged man were both taken aback. In less than 10 years, he went from rank 7 to peak rank 8. Elder Jin's expression was extremely grim. The moment he said this, the dark gray flame to Elder Jin's right trembled, exuding a bone-chilling chill. "Pay close attention to Zhao Feng's every move. If there is any news, report it immediately," Elder Jin immediately barked. The golden-armored man left the secret hall. "We can't let go of this chance. Once we know where Zhao Feng is, immediately send out experts to kill him." Elder Jin's eyes dimmed as he began to think of a suitable candidate. At this moment, the ball of cold, dark gray flames on Elder Jin's right side suddenly whistled and rose. A figure walked out from within. She was wearing a light gold and luxurious dress. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, but there was a hint of coldness in it. Her tall and exquisite body would cause people to have wild and fanciful thoughts. Her aura was strange and obscure, like an illusory iceberg. "Leave this Zhao Feng to me," the icy woman coldly said. The short, middle-aged man stared at the icy woman with a strange gleam in his eyes. "Hey, that's fine. I'll leave the matter of Zhao Feng to you." Elder Jin faintly smiled and agreed. The cold flame then engulfed the icy woman's body and vanished. "TSK, TSK. Ancient God Ice Flame is getting more and more beautiful, but she's a little too cold. Why is she so concerned about Zhao Feng?" The short, middle-aged man immediately asked after Ancient God Ice Flame left. Ancient God Ice Flame was the #1 beauty of the Blazing Gold race and the most talented genius the Blazing Gold race had seen in the last 100 million years. Long ago, when Ancient God Ice Flame was still making a name for herself, countless geniuses of the Xiling Zone pursued her, but Ancient God Ice Flame never took a fancy to a single one of them. Later on, Ancient God Ice Flame went out adventuring, and by the time she returned, she was already a half-step God Lord. She's just interested in geniuses, not in love, but in torturing them to death. Elder Jin gave a profound smile. 10-some days later, Zhao Feng arrived at the Celestial Net sect in the territory of the spiritual race. The Celestial Net sect was located at the peak of a chain of mountains. As Zhao Feng approached, he was immediately noticed by the people of the Celestial Net sect. "Who goes there?" A loud and resounding voice resounded through the world. "Spiritual races, Zhao Feng has come on the orders of the third elder to reinforce the Celestial Net sect." Zhao Feng straightforwardly replied, but he was still rather confused. The person in charge of the Celestial Net sect definitely knew him. So why would they ask such a question? He couldn't help but use his left eye to peer through the dark yellow defensive array and the many buildings to see the source of the voice. This was a dignified, middle-aged man wearing a golden robe. He had a powerful aura and was a peak rank 8. Standing next to the golden-robed man was a handsome youth with a cold and arrogant expression. Ancient God Ice Origin. Zhao Feng was startled, and then he understood. Ancient God Ice Origin was the ancient god that had been the trump card of the spiritual race in the gambling match between the two races. But in the gambling match, Ancient God Ice Origin had suffered a crushing defeat. In the end, Zhao Feng had single-handedly reversed the situation and obtained victory. Back then, Zhao Feng had also sensed Ancient God Ice Origin's envy and jealousy within the Celestial Net sect. "Father, this person is Zhao Feng," Ancient God Ice Origin called out. "Peak rank 8? The golden-robed man was taken aback. "What, peak rank 8? Ancient god Ice Origin was flabbergasted, and then he fell into a daze. He had been utterly humiliated in the gambling match between the two races. Upon his return, Ancient god Ice Origin had devoted himself to cultivation, and with his father's help he had managed to reach peak rank 7 with great difficulty. He had originally planned to challenge Zhao Feng to a battle the next time he met him. He hadn't expected that when he met Zhao Feng, his father would say that Zhao Feng was a peak rank 8. Although your strength is inferior to his, he is now in the Celestial Net sect and will have to listen to your father's orders. In this war between the two races, he won't have a chance to shine. I will make sure that your achievements far surpass Zhao Feng's. The golden-robed man lovingly looked at Ancient God Ice Origin. Ancient God Ice Origin firmly nodded his head. At this moment, a gap appeared in the Celestial Net sect's defensive array. Whoosh! Zhao Feng entered the Celestial Net sect. So it's Zhao Feng, the genius of my spiritual race. I am the commander of this place, Ancient God Blue Distance. You're new here, so I'll have someone prepare a residence for you. Rest for a while. Ancient God Blue Distance looked at Zhao Feng with great enthusiasm. I'll have to trouble you. Zhao Feng replied, and then he entered a spacious and ornate palace. He was willing to participate in the war because he planned to do his part for the spiritual race and reverse the disadvantageous situation it was in. It appeared that Ancient God Blue Distance would not give him this chance. But this was fine. Zhao Feng could peacefully spend some time on the front lines. When the time came, even if he revealed his true cultivation, he would not arouse too much suspicion. After settling into the palace, Zhao Feng began to cultivate, focusing on increasing his intent energy and strengthening his various skills. That night, the gloomy and silent Celestial Net sect suddenly became scorching hot. Buzz! Bzzz. A moment later, the Celestial Net sect's defensive array shuddered, alarming all the members of the Celestial Net sect. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Within the Celestial Net sect, panicked voices rang out. A large group of people had gathered outside the Celestial Net sect, led by a giant middle-aged man who stood 30 feet tall. His entire body flickered with gold and silver light, and he radiated a fiery aura. Whoosh! A golden-robed figure leapt out and stood in the air, exuding a powerful ancient aura. Humph! I just knew that you wouldn't give up on the Celestial Net sect so easily. Ancient God Blue Distance coldly snorted. Enough nonsense. Ancient God Blue Distance. Today, we will definitely seize the Celestial Net sect. The middle-aged man shouted loudly. A scorching golden flame spread out and dyed the sky with a dazzling golden light. Boom! The giant middle-aged man punched out with both fists, and a blazing golden sun came crashing down. You're still too inexperienced. Ancient God Blue Distance scorned. Attack! Ancient God Blue Distance immediately shouted, and a crystalline divine power began to emanate from his body as he charged forward. Whoosh! Within the Celestial Net sect, countless experts followed Ancient God Blue Distance out. Haha, the Celestial Net sect is ours. Right at this moment, an old man with slightly withered skin appeared behind the middle-aged man. The elder's body immediately exuded a scorching pressure that caused all the members of the Celestial Net sect to freeze as if they were being set on fire. Boom! The elder waved a hand, and a dark brown flame transformed into a savage dragon that howled forward. Not good. A rank 9 ancient god. Ancient God Blue Distance grimaced. Swish! The crystalline divine power around him surged out, forming a massive crystal shield in front of him. Boom! Bang! The crystal shield was shattered a few moments later. The dark brown flame dragon held forward, pushing back the ancient gods, led by Ancient God Blue Distance. One of the weaker rank 7 ancient gods found it hard to resist the powerful flames. His body was ignited, and a few moments later he was burned to ash. Retreat! Ancient God Blue Distance immediately ordered. Only by retreating to the Celestial Net sect and waiting for reinforcements would they have a sliver of hope. Chapter 1408. Withdraw! Ancient God Blue Distance immediately ordered. Only by withdrawing to the Celestial Net sect and waiting for reinforcements would they have a sliver of hope. Whoosh! 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 The members of the Celestial Net sect, who had just charged out, immediately retreated. I didn't think that the Blazing Gold race would dispatch a rank 9 ancient god. A white-haired elder had a worried look on his face. He was none other than the sect master of the Celestial Net sect, a rank 8 ancient god. This elder should be the Blazing Gold race's ancient God Darkgrow. Ancient God Blue Distance solemnly stared at the withered elder, that cruel and bloodthirsty ancient God Darkgrow who likes to capture his enemies and slowly torture them to death. A middle-aged ancient god fiercely trembled. Everyone in the Celestial Net sect felt a heavy and oppressive haze. After losing to ancient God Darkgrow, if one didn't have the resolve to self-detonate, all that awaited them was endless torture. Celestial Net sect master, this defensive array won't be able to last for much longer. Led some of the Celestial Net sect disciples and activate the sect-protecting array. Ancient God Blue Distance immediately called out. Okay. The Celestial Net sect master left. The Celestial Net sect was an extremely ancient 4.5-star faction, and its reserves could not be underestimated. The Celestial Net sect had once used its sect-protecting array to injure a peak rank 8 ancient god and force him to retreat. At the same time, ancient God Blue Distance sent out a message for help. Kiki, it's only fun if you resist. Ancient God Darkgrow gave a sinister chuckle. He then lightly waved his withered hand. Attack! The giant middle-aged man immediately called out. Broom! Flames of various colors surged toward the Celestial Net sect's defensive array like a tsunami. Defend! Ancient God Blue Distance immediately called out. All the members of the Celestial Net sect immediately poured their divine power into the defensive array. Father, what do we do? Ancient God Ice Origin's face was filled with fear and confusion. This was a rank 9 ancient god of the Blazing Gold race, and there was another peak, rank 8. Their side had no chance of victory. Ancient God Ice Origin had a sliver of talent, and he had a chance of becoming a god lord in the future. He did not want to lose his life here. In addition, Ancient God Ice Origin had no intention of self-detonating, but if he fell into Ancient God Darkcrow's hands, just the thought of what would happen next made his hair stand on end. At this moment, Zhao Feng walked out of the palace. Ancient God Blue Distance stared blankly at Zhao Feng. Although Zhao Feng had just arrived, Ancient God Blue Distance had no plans of having Zhao Feng enter the battlefield. He planned on letting him rest for a while before assigning him a few simple missions to keep Zhao Feng as far away as possible. Now that Zhao Feng had appeared, he remembered that Zhao Feng was a peak rank 8 ancient god and could be of use. Zhao Feng, hurry up and block the enemy's attack. Ancient God Blue Distance immediately said, outside the protective barrier. Why is there another peak 8th order? The middle-aged man was slightly surprised. The Celestial Net sect previously only had one peak rank 8 ancient god, Ancient God Blue Distance. Although they had one more person, with a rank 9 ancient god on their side, the Celestial Net sect still had no chance of winning. This kid, Zhao Feng. Ancient God Darkcrow's eyes flashed as he stared at Zhao Feng. For some reason, when Ancient God Darkcrow saw Zhao Feng's confident face, he felt an inexplicable unease. Quickly break the array. Ancient God Darkcrow bellowed. Swish! At the same time, a black spear appeared in his hand, exuding a tyrannical black flame that fused with the brown flames on Ancient God Darkcrow's body. Break! Ancient god Dark Crow waved the spear in his hand, gathering up scorching and tyrannical flames as he thrust it forward. Roar! A dark brown dragon that was 1,000 feet long roared ferociously, shaking the heavens and the earth. The dark brown dragon and the fierce attacks of the blazing gold race members descended upon the celestial net sect's protective barrier. Crack! The protective barrier immediately shattered. Everyone inside the barrier had a grave and worried look on their faces. Xiao Feng, why didn't you attack a moment ago? Are you trying to harm us? Ancient God Blue Distance immediately bellowed as he coldly glared at Xiao Feng. Kiki Dai. Ancient God Dark Crow gripped his black spear, wreathed in dark brown flames as he charged at Ancient God Blue Distance and Xiao Feng. Celestial Net Sect Master, hurry and activate the sect-protecting array. Ancient God Blue Distance grimaced as he called out. The ground behind Ancient God Blue Distance suddenly surged with countless strands of divine blue light. This divine light twisted and turned in the air, condensing into a massive blue dragon with heaven-shaking momentum. At the same time, Ancient God Blue Distance spread open his arms, unleashing countless streams of crystalline light that transformed into an ice storm that swept forward. Broom! The blue dragon and the ice storm both attacked Ancient God Dark Crow. Kiki, all of you underestimate this old man too much. Ancient God Dark Crow's spear flew through the air, unleashing one dark brown flame after another. Boom! Bang! Crash! The ice storm unleashed by Ancient God Blue Distance was quickly destroyed. Meanwhile, the blue dragon created by the Celestial Net Sect Master and the other upper echelon members was forced back again and again. BZZZZ. The divine power in Xiao Feng's body surged as he prepared to strike. Xiao Feng, you deal with the peak rank 8, the Celestial Net Sect Master, and I will hold down the rank 9 Ancient God. Ancient God Blue Distance ordered. Xiao Feng nodded and looked at the giant middle-aged man on the other side. The giant man was currently fighting with a rank 8 and a peak rank 7 Celestial Net Sect Elder. Haha, die for me. The giant man suddenly activated his bloodline energy. Boom! Xiao! Swoosh! His entire body became crystalline and extremely tough, and the golden tattoos on his body glimmered as he unleashed a scorching flame. In an instant, the peak rank 7 Tian Luo Sect Elder was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. Shattering flame fist. The giant man stared at the rank 8 Elder and brought his fists together, condensing a destructive ball of flame energy that he fired. Broom! A fireball that was as hot as magma came crashing down on them. The rank 8 Elder's face was ghastly pale. He swung his sword and unleashed several powerful attacks, but they were all pulverized by the ball of flame. The ball of flame was about to crush him. Suddenly, a dreamy silver figure appeared in front of the rank 8 Elder. BZZZZ. Xiao Feng gathered Chaos Origin Divine Power in his right hand and punched. A dark silver fist of energy, suffused with a strange, devouring force field, collided with the ball of flame. Boom! Bang! The ball of flame shattered, and the dark silver fist devoured some of the flame energy before continuing forward. How could this be? The giant man grimaced. Both of them were rank 8 ancient gods, but his supreme technique had been crushed by Xiao Feng. Boom! The middle-aged giant punched out several more times, shattering the murky silver fists. You're Xiao Feng? The giant man stared in disbelief at Xiao Feng. As a member of the blazing gold race, he naturally knew about Xiao Feng's situation. Based on what he knew, when Xiao Feng disappeared, he was only a rank 7 ancient god, but now that he had reappeared, he was at the peak of rank 8. He originally believed that Xiao Feng was in a hurry to increase his cultivation and that he wasn't that strong. But this was not the case. On the other side, Ancient God Blue Distance and the Celestial Net sect master were once more pushed back by ancient god Darkgrow. Zhao Feng seems to have the upper hand. Ancient god Blue Distance happened to catch a glimpse of the giant man hurriedly shattering Zhao Feng's attack. That was Chaos Origin Divine Power. The spiritual race did not have many techniques for the ancient gods to cultivate. From Zhao Feng's divine power attacks and combat skills, ancient god Blue Distance was able to deduce what technique Zhao Feng cultivated, the Chaos Heaven Void Origin technique. The power of this technique was determined by the number of intents one had and how strong they were. However, a normal person would find it extremely difficult to cultivate even one intent to the same level as their cultivation. So how could they possibly have the time to cultivate other intents? Moreover, fusing all the intents into one was also a difficult task. But the Chaos Origin Divine Power Zhao Feng displayed just now far surpassed peak rank 8 and possessed extraordinary power. Kiki, you actually have the time to look elsewhere while fighting this old man. Ancient god Darkgrow savagely laughed, his blazing body approaching ancient god Blue Distance like a bolt of lightning. Dark flames destroying the heavens. Ancient god Darkgrow swept his spear through the air. Boom! Swoosh! Layers of dark brown flames transformed into waves of fire that surged toward ancient god Blue Distance. Oh no! Ancient god Blue Distance's face turned grave as he burned his divine power and used a secret art to condense a translucent crystalline barrier. Cackrack! The surging flaming streamers came one after another, as if there was no end to them. They continuously bombarded the crystalline light shield. On the fourth wave, ancient god Blue Distance's defensive secret art shattered. Cackrack! His body flew backward and crashed into the buildings behind him. Ancient god Blue Distance! The Celestial Net sect master was worried. As a member of the Blazing Gold race, ancient god Darkgrow had an extremely formidable defense. Just now, he ignored the blue dragon and fiercely attacked ancient god Blue Distance, instantly defeating him. Whoosh! A white crystalline light shot out of the rubble, passed by ancient god Ice Origin, and was taken into a special dimension. Ancient god Blue Distance's body flickered with white light as he exploded with speed comparable to a rank 9 ancient god and fled into the distance. This sight left both the Celestial Net sect and the Blazing Gold race instantly dumbfounded. The strongest expert of the Celestial Net sect, ancient god Blue Distance, had taken his son and fled. No! The Celestial Net sect master roared in despair. The other members of the Celestial Net sect instantly lost all will to fight and stood in a daze. Haha! Your commander abandoned you and ran. That's how the spiritual race does things. Ancient god Darkgrow heartily laughed. Zhao Feng was rather speechless as he watched ancient god Blue Distance flee. He could only use the divine power of a peak rank 8, but before he could even kill an enemy peak rank 8, ancient god Blue Distance had already fled. Zhao Feng, you have no chance of victory. Why don't you join the Blazing Gold race? In any case, you don't have the spiritual race bloodline to begin with. Once the Blazing Gold race defeats the spiritual race, Zhao Yufei will still be yours. Ancient god Darkgrow stared at Zhao Feng and wickedly smiled. Although he had felt an inexplicable unease when he saw Zhao Feng, ancient god Blue Distance had fled. But now, ancient god Blue Distance had fled. Even if Zhao Feng's strength far surpassed that of a peak rank 8, it was useless. Is that so? Zhao Feng faintly smiled, his expression indifferent. This was his first battle, and Zhao Feng did not want to lose. Elder, capture him first. After you torture him for a while, he'll naturally submit. The giant man savagely smiled as he circulated his divine power and charged forward. Impudent! Zhao Feng's eyes froze for a moment, and then he began to unleash space-time intent. Swish! His figure disappeared from where he was and appeared directly behind the middle-aged giant. Spatial blink. The giant man didn't care. He activated his powerful body and prepared for close combat. Swoosh! A massive sword of dark silver condensed in Zhao Feng's hand and pierced through the giant man's body. How could this be? The middle-aged man was shocked. His defensive body had been pierced through by Zhao Feng. The giant man wanted to struggle free, but he felt like his every movement was extremely slow. Moreover, the divine power in his body was in chaos and was rapidly draining away, leaving him powerless to resist. Chapter 1409. How could this be? The middle-aged giant let out a blood-curdling scream. As a member of the blazing gold race, how could someone of the same level so easily pierce through his defensive body? Moreover, the divine power in his body was in chaos and rapidly draining away. His every movement was slowed down, and he was powerless to resist. Swish! 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 Zhao Feng's Chaos Origin Divine sword cut through the giant man's body and then slashed back and forth. Devour! Absorb! Not only did the Chaos Origin Divine sword in Zhao Feng's hand not weaken, it actually swelled in power. The terrifying force field tore apart the giant man, obliterating him along with his soul. This sudden development instantly shattered the mood and stunned everyone. The despairing Celestial Net sect master and the members of the Celestial Net sect stared at Zhao Feng. That peak rank 8 was killed by Zhao Feng. The Celestial Net sect master said in a daze. He had never imagined that such a thing would happen after ancient God Blue Distance escaped. What's going on? How could a peak rank 8 of the blazing gold race be suddenly killed by Zhao Feng? The other members of the Celestial Net sect found it rather difficult to understand what had happened. Logically speaking, killing someone of the same level was extremely difficult, but Zhao Feng had done it with extreme ease. Kid, you killed him. Ancient God Darkcrow finally reacted, his face enraged and his eyes brimming with killing intent. What was supposed to be a major victory had suddenly been the loss of a peak rank 8, and the giant man had been killed right in front of his eyes. Although a peak rank 8 was killed, they still have a rank 9 ancient god. The Celestial Net sect master turned to ancient God Darkcrow, his expression darkening. If ancient God Blue Distance had not escaped, the three of them working together might have been able to push back ancient God Darkcrow. You came here to die, so why shouldn't I kill you? Zhao Feng faintly smiled at ancient God Darkcrow. Junior, if you act so arrogantly, you will die a very miserable death. Ancient God Darkcrow's eyes focused as he stared at Zhao Feng. In his opinion, what had happened just now was mainly due to the middle-aged man's carelessness and Zhao Feng's sneak attack. And he, ancient God Darkcrow, would not take his enemies lightly. Whoosh! In a flash, ancient God Darkcrow approached Zhao Feng and thrust his spear forward. A dark brown domineering flame was instantly spat out. Moreover, the dark brown flames contained chaotic spatial energy mixed within them, causing an expanse of space to be thrown into disorder, causing Zhao Feng to be unable to teleport. Xiao! Countless streaks of golden light surged from Zhao Feng's body, leaving behind a dazzling golden light as he fled into the distance. The dark brown flame pierced through the afterimage left behind by Zhao Feng and bombarded the ground, instantly forming a huge scorched pit that was more than 100 feet wide. After missing his attack, ancient God Darkcrow immediately pursued, his spear thrusting again and again. Dark brown flames flashed through the darkness, causing everyone on both sides to back up in fear. But Zhao Feng continued to move through the sky of attacks, occasionally swinging the Chaos Origin Divine sword in his hand to take the lives of several enemies with ease. This kid, even without using spatial blink, he's still very fast. Ancient God Darkcrow's expression darkened. Even though he was a rank 9 ancient god, he was still far inferior to Zhao Feng in terms of speed. At this moment, Zhao Feng seemed to ignore ancient god Dark Crow's existence as he slaughtered the members of the blazing gold race to his heart's content. Good. I didn't think that Zhao Feng would be so fast. The Celestial Net sect master's face trembled as if he had seen hope. All the members of the Celestial Net sect saw this and rallied to attack. Ah! Ah! Screams rang out in the sky above the Celestial Net sect. Every time the faint golden streak of light passed through the air, it would reap 1 or 2 lives, accompanied by a shower of blood. Coupled with the attacks of the Celestial Net sect members, the blazing gold race's casualties soared. Even the usually calm and composed ancient god Darkgrow was enraged and stamping with rage. At this moment, he could only watch as Zhao Feng harvested his subordinates one by one. To his helplessness, Zhao Feng seemed to be intentionally toying with him. Every time he was about to catch up, Zhao Feng would suddenly increase his speed and flee. Although Zhao Feng's cultivation was sealed at the peak of rank 8, he still had his profound skills and understanding. If not for the fact that he didn't want to appear too shocking, ancient god Darkgrow would have already been easily killed, let alone getting close to him. Kill every last member of the blazing gold race. The Celestial Net sect master and many other upper echelon members followed Zhao Feng, their blood boiling as they fought. The blazing gold race was an enemy that had invaded their sect and killed their fellow disciples. Moreover, killing members of the blazing gold race was rewarded with contribution points, which could be exchanged for many rare treasures that were normally difficult to obtain. With Zhao Feng leading the charge, the Celestial Net sect was able to instantly reverse the situation. Not long after, most of the blazing gold race members, led by ancient god Darkgrow, were killed. Quite a few members had fled in panic. I didn't think that Zhao Feng would be so fast. Even a rank 9 ancient god would be left in the dust. The Celestial Net sect master gazed at that faint golden figure, his eyes filled with reverence. It was precisely because Zhao Feng had the advantage in speed that ancient god Darkgrow could do nothing about it, allowing the Celestial Net sect to miraculously turn defeat into victory. Defeated, ancient god Darkgrow had an extremely nasty grimace. He had never imagined that the battle would end up like this. At this moment, the subordinates he led were only a few weak true gods and 1 rank 7 ancient god. As for the Celestial Net sect members, their losses were so minuscule that they were almost negligible. Surround and kill the blazing gold race. Zhao Feng immediately bellowed. In a flash, the Celestial Net sect ancient god experts charged forward. The ordinary true gods of the Celestial Net sect began to lay down arrays or reactivate defensive arrays. As for the Celestial Net sect master, he took control of the sect-protecting array and the light blue water spirit dragon, which he directed toward ancient god Darkgrow. All of you just wait. Next time, this old man will wash the Celestial Net sect in blood. Ancient god Darkgrow roared in his hoarse voice, his mind seething with loathing. Swish! Ancient god Darkgrow led the remaining members of his group in fleeing. Did I say that I would let you go? At this moment, Zhao Feng suddenly appeared in front of ancient god Darkgrow, a faint smile on his face as he looked down on ancient god Darkcrow's group. Junior, if this old man wants to leave, you can't stop me. Ancient god Darkgrow called out. In his view, Zhao Feng was only fast. In terms of strength, there was still a gap between him and a rank 9 ancient god. Then let's try. A playful smile appeared on Zhao Feng's lips as he blinked toward ancient god Darkgrow. Whoosh! A turbid dark silver chaos origin divine power rapidly condensed into a long sword that pierced forward. Bang! Ancient god Darkgrow swept out with his spear, and after exchanging a few blows in the air, they separated once more. Ancient god Darkgrow was alarmed as he scanned the wounds on his body. Although they were very small, they had managed to break through the defenses of his physical body. At the same time, he sensed that Zhao Feng had drained a significant amount of energy from his body. The Chaos Origin Divine sword in Zhao Feng's hand began to ripple with abnormally powerful ripples of energy, making it seem even more powerful than before. How could this be? Ancient God Darkglow was alarmed. Zhao Feng had been able to easily break through the defenses of his rank 9 ancient god body? Boom! At the same time, the Celestial Net Sect Master and the other ancient gods of the Celestial Net sect began to attack. For a moment, ancient God Darkglow was surrounded. Damn! Ancient God Darkglow grimaced in distress. Just when he was preparing to use his life-saving techniques, suddenly, a strange ripple of energy appeared behind him. A moment later, a dark silver sword stabbed out of his chest, carrying with it a large amount of golden red blood. Boom! A chaotic and powerful energy immediately engulfed ancient God Darkglow's body. This destructive power made ancient God Darkglow instantly feel like death was upon him. This is impossible. Your strength. Ancient God Darkglow was flabbergasted. Not even a rank 9 ancient god could compare to the strength Zhao Feng displayed at this moment. That profound movement technique, intent, powerful combat skill, divine power, and intent energy were not things a peak rank 8 ancient god could possess. But ancient God Darkglow, who knew all this, did not have a chance to say it. Swoosh! With a swing of his sword, Zhao Feng cleaved ancient God Darkglow in two, dead. All the members of the Celestial Net sect were stunned. Although ancient God Darkglow was in a predicament, he wasn't seriously injured and probably still had some trump cards that he hadn't used yet. But a moment later, ancient God Darkglow was killed by Zhao Feng, killed in one blow. The Celestial Net sect master was stunned. Ancient God Darkglow, thank you for your divine power. It has greatly increased the power of my Chaos Origin divine power. Zhao Feng faintly smiled. So Lord Zhao Feng's divine power is actually this formidable. He can absorb the divine power of others to increase his own power. Lord Zhao Feng truly deserves to be called a peerless genius of the spiritual race. The majority of the Celestial Net sect members looked at Zhao Feng with reverent gazes, and quite a few of the female disciples viewed Zhao Feng as the perfect man in their hearts. From the very start, Zhao Feng's Chaos Origin divine power had been constantly strengthening, and after absorbing ancient God Darkglow's energy, his divine power attacks had gotten even stronger. With the combined attacks of the Celestial Net sect members, Zhao Feng was able to charge up his energy and launch a sudden attack that killed ancient God Darkglow. There didn't seem to be much of a problem, but only the Celestial Net sect master felt that something was very strange. When he looked at Zhao Feng, he suddenly felt that this youth was like a vast galaxy, mysterious and unfathomable. It was all thanks to the cooperation of the members of the Celestial Net sect that we were able to smoothly defeat the blazing gold race this time. Zhao Feng turned to the members of the Celestial Net sect and smiled. Once the battle was over, the Celestial Net sect began to get busy, calculating the casualties and rebuilding the sect. Zhao Feng returned to his palace and entered seclusion. There was no need to be too dazzling on his first battle. The war was still very long, and he needed to slowly reveal his strength until he revealed his true cultivation and strength so that no one would suspect him. Moreover, suppressing his cultivation to fight was also a form of tempering for Zhao Feng. On the morning of the next day, the Celestial Net sect was still busy. Suddenly, 2 streaks of white light descended. The Celestial Net sect master and a few members focused their eyes and saw that it was Ancient God Blue Distance and Ancient God Ice Origin. Ancient God Blue Distance steeled himself and slowly descended upon the Celestial Net sect. Next to him, Ancient God Ice Origin's handsome face was red from embarrassment. I was planning to go get reinforcements last night, but I didn't think that you would be able to escape. Ancient God Blue Distance had an extremely unnatural expression as he awkwardly said, "In truth, Ancient God Blue Distance and Ancient God Ice Origin had not fled very far. Thus, they were the first to learn that the Celestial Net sect had driven back the Blazing Gold Race members. Thank you for your concern, Ancient God Blue Distance." The Celestial Net sect master was neither cold nor indifferent. After all, Ancient God Blue Distance was a peak rank 8 ancient god of the spiritual race. Their relationship was complicated, and he did not dare to offend him. But inside, the Celestial Net sect master snorted in disdain. "Is there a need to bring your son along to get reinforcements?" The Celestial Net sect disciples all had looks of disdain, but they said nothing. At this moment, Zhao Feng walked out, a faint smile on his face as he looked at the father and son who had fled. "Zhao Feng, tell me, how did you manage to escape yesterday and repel the Blazing Gold Race?" Ancient God Blue Distance's eyes focused on Zhao Feng as he asked this question. Chapter 1410. "Zhao Feng, tell me, how did you manage to avert disaster and repel the Blazing Gold Race yesterday?" Ancient God Blue Distance's eyes focused on Zhao Feng as he asked this question. Last night, they were obviously going to lose. As the commander, he had left. Tian Luo sect did not even have a shred of hope. But the result was completely unexpected. The Celestial Net sect had not only survived, but had also defeated the Blazing Gold Race, and it was said that the Blazing Gold Race had suffered grievous losses. The members of the Tian Luo sect could not help but chuckle when they saw this. Ancient God Blue Distance and his son had escaped, and the one who had saved the Celestial Net sect was naturally Zhao Feng. Now that Ancient God Blue Distance and his son had the face to return, they couldn't help but admire them. They had even taken the initiative to ask about Zhao Feng. "Last night, God Blue Distance, you went to get reinforcements. When the Blazing Gold Race saw that you were gone, they let down their guard. That peak rank 8 ancient god was caught off guard and killed by me," Zhao Feng said directly. Strange expressions appeared on the faces of the Celestial Net sect members. There was nothing wrong with what Zhao Feng had said, but it sounded as if he was praising Ancient Blue Distance. But to Ancient God Blue Distance, this sort of praise was more like an insult. "You killed that peak rank 8 ancient god." However, Ancient God Blue Distance paid more attention to that last sentence, and he stared in shock at Zhao Feng. Although he had witnessed Zhao Feng's attack last night and felt that Zhao Feng's strength was indeed not bad, directly killing a peak rank 8 was out of his expectations. Ancient God Ice Origin was even more shocked. Zhao Feng could kill a peak rank 8? Yes, after Ancient God Blue Distance left, that giant middle-aged man didn't think much of me, leading to this result. The members of the Celestial Net sect also did their best to resist and contend with the Blazing Gold Race. In the end, by relying on the defensive array and the geographical advantage, we worked together to kill Ancient God Darkgrow. Zhao Feng continued. Ancient God Blue Distance was still skeptical of the first few words. But when he heard that Ancient God Darkgrow had been killed, he was struck dumb. "What are you talking about? It's all because of you, Zhao Feng, who is so brave and has turned the tide," Tian Luo sect master said with a smile. When Zhao Feng explained everything, he tried his best to reduce his contribution and praise them. The rest of the Tian Luo sect senior officials were also embarrassed by Zhao Feng's words. The Celestial Net sect's favorable impression of Zhao Feng multiplied. Zhao Feng was powerful, responsible, and humble. Compared to Ancient God Blue Distance and his son, the difference was like heaven and earth. Ancient God Darkgrow is dead? Ancient God Blue Distance and his son froze, their minds blank. There must be something fishy going on here. Ancient God Blue Distances, expression darkened. How could a mighty rank 9 ancient God die here? Based on his speculations, ancient God Darkgrow might not have died and escaped with heavy injuries, or the spiritual race might have arrived to rescue the Heavenly Net sect. As for the Tianluo sect, they were dissatisfied with his desertion, so they fabricated a lie to provoke him. At this moment, ancient God Blue Distance had lost his prestige and trust in the Celestial Net sect. He knew that even if he continued to ask, he wouldn't get anything out of him. Unfortunately, the Tianluo sect seemed to be on good terms with Zhao Feng. This kid is not simple. Ancient God Blue Distance stared at Zhao Feng as he pondered. To be able to kill a peak rank 8 meant that he had the strength of an ordinary rank 9 ancient god. Moreover, he sensed that Zhao Feng had played an important role in the Celestial Net sect's reversal of defeat. But ancient God Blue Distance was still the commander of this place, and Zhao Feng still had to listen to his orders. It's fine as long as everyone is fine. I will continue to lead everyone to protect the Celestial Net sect, kill the Blazing Gold race, and make our name throughout the Xiling Zone. Ancient God Blue Distance loudly said. Ancient God Blue Distance brought Ancient God Ice Origin back to the Celestial Net sect. In the room, "Father, why did we come back?" Ancient God Ice Origin felt extremely ashamed. He was a genius of the spiritual race, and when had he ever done something so shameful? After deserting, he shamelessly came back. If the Tianluo sect had been annihilated, it wouldn't be a big deal for us to have escaped with our lives. However, if the Tianluo sect were to remain unscathed, how would we be able to face the spirit tribe in the future? I've come back to suppress this matter. Ancient God Blue Distance immediately said. Ancient God Ice Origin nodded. His father was right. He had only lost face in front of the Celestial Net sect. But if he were to lose face in front of the entire spiritual race, his brilliance would be ruined. In addition, the Blazing Gold race's ambush this time failed, so they definitely won't attack this place for some time. This way we can rest easy, and we'll even get a lot of contribution points. Ancient God Blue Distance gave a cunning smile. Father is right. Ancient God Ice Origin also smiled. As members of the spiritual race, they only needed to guard certain factions or strongholds to obtain contribution points. If they had time, they could go and reinforce nearby factions and kill enemies, earning contribution points as well. Outside the Celestial Net sect, Brother Zhao, why don't you tell us the truth? I feel that you're more suited to the position of commander. The Celestial Net sect master whispered. The perilous situation last night had caused the Celestial Net sect master to forget his unhappiness, but he hadn't expected for Ancient God Blue Distance and his son to shamelessly return. Although Zhao Feng was young, he was powerful, responsible to the Celestial Net sect, and had a humble personality. He was confident that no one would object if he took the position of commander. I also don't like being a commander. It's too troublesome. Zhao Feng chuckled as he walked into his palace. Zhao Feng didn't care about the fame and benefits at the moment, so he couldn't be bothered to care. He just wanted to stay on the battlefield and temper himself so that he could gradually display his true cultivation. This kid is truly broad-minded and cares about the big picture. He knows that in this war between the two races, if the spiritual race were to fight to the death, the Celestial Net sect master looked at Zhao Feng's back, somewhat ashamed. After returning to his residence, Zhao Feng entered the space-time robe. At this moment, Zhao Wang, Zhao Kong, and the Black Serpent Dragon were all quietly cultivating. Zhao Kong had long ago succeeded in reaching rank 9 and had also smoothly grasped his powerful eyes of space-time. Zhao Feng also seated himself cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. He first divided a part of his mind to cultivate space-time, 5 elements, and other intents. As these intents grew stronger, the power of Zhao Feng's Chaos Origin divine power increased. Because he had consumed many precious time-type resources, Zhao Feng's ability to comprehend time intent had greatly increased. Coupled with the help of the ancestral artifact fragment, Zhao Feng's time intent had advanced the fastest, reaching the peak of rank 7. As for Zhao Feng, his space intent was on the verge of reaching the peak of rank 8, just lacking a little more. Zhao Feng was in no rush to increase his strength, choosing to take things one step at a time. Apart from strength, Zhao Feng's focus was also on the soul. The advantage of the god's spiritual eye allowed Zhao Feng's soul to grow stronger, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. The soul was Zhao Feng's greatest advantage. My soul intent is now at the peak of rank 9. If I can advance another level, dealing with half-step god lords will be even easier. Zhao Feng's mind was filled with anticipation. After taking a few lightning soul crystals, he began to refine his soul and increase the lightning energy in his lightning soul body. Within the space-time robe, 30 days later, Zhao Feng finished absorbing the effects of the lightning soul crystals and the soul resources. And then, Zhao Feng turned his eyes to the other combat skill of the 4th level of the Chaos Heaven Void origin technique, the Chaos Heaven Void Ring. In contrast to the Chaos Origin Divine Sword, the Chaos Heaven Void Ring was a defense-type combat skill. The Chaos Heaven Void Ring not only had outstanding defensive properties, but it also had another special characteristic. Its devouring ability was even stronger. It could absorb the energy of the surrounding attacks and transform it into its own energy. This Chaos Heaven Void Ring is more suited for group battles. It can instantly transform the energy of the surrounding attacks into my own energy to strengthen the Chaos Origin Divine Sword and deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Moreover, in the midst of war, the battles were rather chaotic, and Zhao Feng's body-refining advantage no longer existed. Thus, the Chaos Heaven Void Ring was extremely suitable for cultivating. With this decision made, Zhao Feng began to cultivate. Within the space-time robe several days later, a turbid silver barrier of chaotic light appeared around Zhao Feng, suffused with a devouring field that absorbed the invisible energy of the world. Buzz! BZZZ! The turbid silver barrier of light became even more solid. Not bad. It can absorb other energy to strengthen one's defense. Moreover, the Chaos Heaven Void Ring could be transformed into a Chaos Origin Divine Sword, making it even stronger. The flow of time within the space-time robe was now 51. 2 days passed in the outside world, but Zhao Feng had cultivated for 100 days in the space-time robe. On the night of the 2nd day, swish, swish, several obscure energies entered the territory of the Celestial Net Sect. Based on the reports, after Zhao Feng entered the war zone, he went to the Celestial Net Sect. Do we really need to be so sneaky? Can't we just attack this place and capture Zhao Feng? 4 figures flickered in and out of sight in the air. Their auras were obscured, fused with the darkness and almost undetectable. Powerful divine senses would sweep over the Celestial Net Sect from time to time, but no one noticed. I heard that the Blazing Gold race sent a rank 9 ancient god to attack this place, but the fact that the Celestial Net Sect is still here means that the rank 9 ancient god failed, so the Celestial Net Sect is rather difficult to deal with. One of them, a skinny, pitch-black old man, said, "That's right. Ancient god Ice Flame only ordered us to capture Zhao Feng. There's no need to complicate the issue." A tall and muscular man said, his eyes cold and vicious. Although he could suppress it, his body still exuded a few wisps of flame. The news of ancient god Darkgrow attacking the Celestial Net Sect had only been spread a few days ago, so only a few people knew the specifics of the battle. This group had been ordered by ancient god Ice Flame. The moment they learned of Zhao Feng's position, they had set off. I've found that brat's position. In a little while, I'll launch a sneak attack. The rest of you will immediately suppress him and then escape. The thin and shadowy elder stealthily walked at the very front. They were extremely confident in ancient god Shadow Death's abilities. Ancient God Shadow Death was a rank 9 ancient god that ancient god Iceflame had befriended during her travels. He was skilled in tracking and assassination. It was rumored that the blood of the 18th ancient race, the Shadow Race, flowed through ancient god Shadow Death's body. Although the bloodline was thin, it was enough for him to wander the darkness and kill without leaving a trace. The group silently approached Zhao Feng's residence. "Get ready," ancient god Shadow Death called out, transforming into a pitch-black stream that prepared to attack the air and force Zhao Feng to appear. Swish! Before ancient god Shadow Death could attack, a silver-haired youth suddenly appeared in the hall, his face indifferent. "You've been dawdling here for so long. Were you looking for this, Zhao?" Chapter 14:11. Ancient God Shadow Death and the others were already prepared. The moment they forced Zhao Feng out, they swarmed forward to restrain him. But none of them had expected that before they could move, Zhao Feng would appear. This sight left everyone frozen to the spot. "You've been dawdling for so long. Were you looking for this, Zhao?" Zhao Feng indifferently scanned the 4 people around him. Of the 4, the pitch-black elder and the black-clothed man were both rank 9 ancient gods. The black-clothed man was clearly a member of the blazing gold race. The elder's body was like a shadow, fusing into the darkness. If one didn't look carefully, it would be impossible to detect him. This bloodline was completely identical to the Shadow Race, the 18th ranked of the 10,000 ancient races. The other, black-armored elder, and the golden-masked youth were both peak rank 8s. "He noticed us ahead of time?" The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with cold light. "No, he noticed us the moment we came in," ancient god Shadow Death messaged. In his career as an assassin, he had never encountered something like this. He was assassinating someone with a lower cultivation level than him, but before he could even attack, he was noticed by his opponent. From Zhao Feng's words, it was obvious that he had noticed them long ago. "Hurry and restrain him, then leave," the black-armored elder immediately called out. Ancient god Shadow Death was taken aback. This calm and composed youth who had suddenly appeared gave him the feeling that he couldn't see through him at all. But there were 4 of them, 2 rank 9 ancient gods and 2 peak rank 8s. If they were afraid of Zhao Feng with such a lineup, they would laugh themselves to death. Swish! A gray saber appeared in ancient god Shadow Death's hand. Wisps of black energy slowly surged out of his body and wrapped around the gray saber. In a flash, the gray saber seemed to fuse with the darkness, transforming into an invisible blade that was almost undetectable. Swoosh! Ancient god Shadow Death's body did not move, but a slender stream of black energy extended from his hand, controlling the invisible blade to stab at Zhao Feng. On the other end, the black-clothed man's fists clashed, exploding with golden flames. Rumble! The black-clothed man punched out, and a ring-shaped flame shockwave pushed forward, destroying everything in its path. The other 2 peak rank 8 divine weapons also took out high-grade divine weapons and unleashed a powerful attack. At this moment, the powerful attacks of 2 rank 9 ancient gods and 2 peak rank 8s rumbled toward Zhao Feng. "I'll use you guys to test out my new combat skill." Within a certain range around Zhao Feng, his chaos divine power suddenly surged, instantly forming a circular protective barrier. Turbid silver streams flowed back and forth across it. Before the attacks from the 4 of them could land, a powerful devouring power appeared on the dim silver halo. It devoured other powers to strengthen itself. As the attacks of the 4 approached, the devouring power grew stronger and stronger. Boom! After their energy was devoured, the attacks of the 2 peak-type 8 experts and the black-robed man were greatly weakened. When they landed on the dark silver halo, they dissipated without much effect. How is this possible? Our divine power attacks seem to have weakened when we get close to that kid. The black-clothed man was taken aback. Only ancient god Shadow Death's attack, condensed within the divine artifact, was able to pierce through the silver halo's defensive barrier. Buzz! BZZZ! But at this moment, the silver halo began to flow, condensing into a Chaos Origin Divine sword in Zhao Feng's hand. This Chaos Origin Divine sword had just absorbed the attacks of the four and was extremely powerful. Clink-clang! Zhao Feng fiercely swung the sword, sending the invisible shadow blade flying. At the same time, Zhao Feng threw out the Chaos Origin Divine Sword. Its target was none other than the pitch-black Ancient God Shadow Death. Oh no! Ancient God Shadow Death's eyes flashed. This sword flew far too fast. He had not expected for Zhao Feng to counterattack in this situation. Buzz! BZZZ! Ancient God Shadow Death's pitch-black body began to surge with strange black flows. At this moment, the Chaos Origin Divine sword stabbed into his chest, but it passed right through. Ancient God Shadow Death's body rippled with black flows, and then he returned to normal, but his face was still somewhat pale. This kid's divine power attacks are rather unique. After I turned into my shadow body, when it passed through my body, it was still able to absorb some of my energy. Ancient God Shadow Death looked at Zhao Feng with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. With a slight movement of his finger, a pitch-black line retracted, an invisible dagger returned to his hand. The other three had rather dazed looks in their eyes. Despite being surrounded by the four of them, Zhao Feng was completely unharmed and was even able to attack Ancient God Shadow Death. Not bad. The Chaos Origin Void Ring has only just formed, but it already possesses such power. Zhao Feng faintly smiled, rather satisfied. After saying this, Zhao Feng's body flickered as he flew away. At the same time, powerful figures of the Celestial Net sect began to approach Zhao Feng's residence. Enemy attack! The Celestial Net sect master scanned the area with his divine sense and grimaced. He hadn't expected for these four enemies to sneak in without them noticing. Part of the reason was that they had just fought a few days ago, so the defensive and sensory barriers had not been completely repaired. Are you okay, Zhao Feng? The Celestial Net sect master immediately asked. At this moment, Ancient God Blue Distance and his son arrived. The Blazing Gold race just suffered a defeat, so why are they sending people again so quickly? Ancient God Blue Distance was rather annoyed. As he scanned the area with his divine sense, his eyes widened in shock and his body trembled. 2 rank 9 ancient gods. Ancient God Blue Distance's heart began to thump. Ancient God Ice Origin's face instantly paled. Down below, what do we do? The black-clothed man asked. Now that they had been completely exposed, their plan had failed. Capture Zhao Feng first. If we can't capture him, kill him. But this can only be done if there's no danger. Ancient God Shadow Death messaged. What danger could there be? There are only 2 peak rank 8s. The black-armored elder faintly smiled. In a flash, the divine power in the bodies of the 4 members sent by the blazing gold race surged, their powerful auras surging out. Commander, what should we do? Zhao Feng immediately asked. Although there were only 4 of them, their cultivations far surpassed the Celestial Net sects, and they had no intention of running. Ancient God Blue Distance had a complicated expression on his face and said nothing. Zhao Feng chuckled and straightforwardly said, Ancient God Blue Distance, why don't you go get more reinforcements? At the end, Zhao Feng placed great emphasis on the words, get reinforcements. You, Ancient God Blue Distance, grimaced as he stared at Zhao Feng in rage, but he couldn't say a single word. Ancient God Ice Origin thought back to what had happened and blushed. Focus on defense. If you're no match, fight and retreat. Ancient God Blue Distance messaged all his members. Last time, he had become a deserter, losing both face and prestige. He had returned to prevent this matter from getting out, so that he could reconstruct his image. This time, unless it was absolutely necessary. Ancient God Blue Distance would not just run away. Zhao Feng, you killed a rank 8 before, so you should be fairly strong. You will be responsible for holding down the rank 9 ancient god of the blazing gold race. Ancient God Blue Distance immediately ordered. In his view, ancient god Shadow Death was injured and should be a little weaker. Thus, he left the other rank 9 ancient god for Zhao Feng to deal with. Celestial Net Sect Master. Activate the sect protecting array. Let's work together to deal with that emaciated old man. Ancient God Blue Distance ordered the Celestial Net Sect Master. With him and the Celestial Net Sect Master working together, it should be much easier for them to deal with an injured rank 9 ancient god. Once Xiao Feng's side failed, they would retreat. When the time came, they would place all the blame on Zhao Feng. This way, they could both destroy Zhao Feng and escape without anyone gossiping about them. But the Celestial Net Sect Master wanted to say something, but he stopped himself. Although ancient God Blue Distance was clearly targeting Zhao Feng, when he thought about how mysterious and unfathomable Zhao Feng was and how he had killed a rank 9 ancient god before, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Leave this brat to me. Once I succeed, we'll retreat. The blazing gold race man's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Kaboom! His body immediately began to blaze with golden flames, and he charged at Zhao Feng like a blazing sun in the dark night. Swish! Zhao Feng appeared behind the black-robed man and slashed with the Chaos Origin Divine Sword. Die! The black-clothed man showed no fear. After activating his powerful body and using a defensive skill, he thrust both hands at Zhao Feng. Swish! Swish! Zhao Feng's sword instantly pierced through the man's defenses and slashed at his body, sending off a shower of sparks. Zhao Feng easily dodged the black-clothed man's attack. This brat has a very powerful attack. The black-clothed man angrily touched his wound. In their first clash, Zhao Feng had been completely uninjured, but he, a body-refining expert, had been injured. Kaboom! The black-clothed man activated his bloodline, and the golden flames on his body grew even brighter and more oppressive. If a normal person were to approach, they would be immobilized by this powerful bloodline pressure. If this brat gets any closer, he's finished. The black-clothed man charged at Zhao Feng once more, punching out with both fists. Fiery fists exploded in the air. If Zhao Feng got any closer, he would disregard his defenses and defeat Zhao Feng first. Whoosh! Zhao Feng made no attempt to dodge the black-clothed man's approach. Chaos Heaven Void Ring. Zhao Feng once more used the defensive skill of the 4th level of the Chaos Heaven Void Origin technique and gradually approached the black-clothed man, seeking death. The black-clothed man immediately emitted a powerful scorching power and gravity in an attempt to restrain Zhao Feng. At the same time, his fists continuously bombarded over, the power shaking the heavens like exploding suns. The attack is too violent. If I take it instantly, the Chaos Heaven Void Ring might not be able to withstand it. Zhao Feng wandered around the periphery, using the Chaos Heaven Void Ring to absorb the surrounding energy. Gradually, the Chaos Heaven Void Ring's defensive power increased greatly. Boom! The black-clothed man's explosive punch came directly, but it did not break through Zhao Feng's defensive layer. In this way, Zhao Feng gradually absorbed the surrounding energy and increased the Chaos Heaven Void Ring's defensive power. Even when he was fighting the black-clothed man in close combat, the other party could not break through Zhao Feng's defense. Zhao Feng condensed a long, wide, and huge Chaos Origin Divine Sword, which left scars on the black-clothed man's tough body from time to time. Of course, Zhao Feng did not clash head-on with the black-clothed man, but retreated as he fought. On the other end, what's going on? This elder's movement technique is so strange, and each of his attacks is lethal. Could he be a member of the shadow race? Ancient God Blue Distance complained bitterly. He was working together with the Celestial Net Sect Master, but he still had to fight ancient God Shadow Death in fear. This time, he did not pay any attention to Zhao Feng's battle, nor did he have the time to do so. Ancient God Shadow Death was extremely experienced and powerful. The moment he revealed an opening, his opponent was certain to deliver a fatal blow. At this moment, ancient God Blue Distance's body was covered in wounds. As for the Celestial Net Sect Master, because he was controlling the array, he had only expended a little energy, but he was uninjured. The situation doesn't look good. Ancient God Shadow Death glanced at the battle between Zhao Feng and the black-clothed man and whispered. In his view, the crux of this battle was Zhao Feng and the black-clothed man. This kid, how could his defensive skill be so strong? Break for me. Each fist and palm of the black-clothed man was extremely powerful as he fiercely attacked Zhao Feng. However, Zhao Feng's speed far surpassed his opponent's, and with the Chaos Heaven Void Ring he remained unscathed. It seems like the Shadow Race assassin is preparing to retreat. Zhao Feng had been paying attention to ancient God Shadow Death this entire time. He could naturally tell that ancient God Shadow Death was the commander of this team. "Junior, if you have the guts, don't run," the black-clothed man roared. Zhao Feng was fast and had formidable defenses. Moreover, that strange defensive barrier could absorb the black-clothed man's divine power, so the black-clothed man was tired and at a disadvantage. "Okay." Zhao Feng faintly smiled as he stopped. "You're really not going to move?" The black-clothed man was confused. He began to build up a powerful skill in his body so that he could heavily wound Zhao Feng. I've played with you for so long. It's time to finish you off," Zhao Feng softly muttered. Even with his cultivation sealed to peak rank 8, it would still be extremely easy for Zhao Feng to kill the black-clothed man. He was intentionally playing around with his opponent a little longer. If he were to instantly kill his opponent, it would be far too shocking. Blazing Gold Rage Fist. The black-clothed man's arms madly surged with divine power. His fists flashed with golden flames and exuded a dangerous energy. The Blazing Gold Rage Fist was one of the Blazing Gold Race's bloodline skills. It used the bloodline power of the Blazing Gold Race to instantly unleash chaotic metal and fire energy. The peak rank 8s of the Blazing Gold Race who were fighting with the Celestial Net Sect members nearby sensed this energy and immediately retreated a certain distance. Rumble. The black-clothed man instantly approached Zhao Feng, his fist brimming with dangerous energy about to strike Zhao Feng. Chaos Origin Divine Sword. Zhao Feng remained motionless, his eyes focused on the black-clothed man's head as his left eye pulsed with Chaos Origin Divine Power mixed with eye intent. A moment later, a miniature sword of dark silver energy exploded out of Zhao Feng's left eye. Not good. The black-clothed man sensed Zhao Feng's attack, but Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique was too fast. He was not skilled in speed, so he found it very difficult to dodge. Moreover, he believed that as long as he could take on Zhao Feng's attack, he would definitely be able to defeat Zhao Feng. But as the miniature Chaos Origin Divine Sword approached, he suddenly sensed the dreadful soul energy within it. But it was all too late. The black-clothed man's head was pierced through by the Chaos Origin Divine Sword. Although the Chaos Origin Divine Sword was a physical attack, the eye bloodline technique version of the Chaos Origin Divine Sword had a certain amount of soul damage. Moreover, while Zhao Feng's cultivation was sealed, his soul intent was not. A moment later, the black-clothed man was slain. The light between the heavens and the earth dimmed. Not good. He's dead. Ancient God Shadow Death grimaced. All of this had happened too quickly, and he was too far away to stop it. He found it hard to imagine that a single eye bloodline technique from Zhao Feng was able to kill a rank 9 ancient god. As for the Celestial Net Sect Master and ancient god Blue Distance, they had not been paying much attention to Zhao Feng's situation, so they didn't know the specifics. However, There was no doubt that Zhao Feng had killed a rank 9 ancient god. How could this be? This kid killed a rank 9 ancient god of the blazing gold race by himself? Ancient God Blue Distance found it hard to believe. Not even he and the Celestial Net sect master, working together, could accomplish such a feat. Chapter 1412. How could this be? This brat single-handedly killed a rank 9 ancient god of the blazing gold race? Ancient God Blue Distance found it rather hard to believe. In the ancient desolate realm of gods, it wasn't rare for someone of a higher level to kill someone of a lower level, but it mostly happened when someone of a higher level bloodline killed someone of a lower level bloodline. For races like the spiritual race and blazing gold race, which were ranked at the very top, this sort of thing rarely happened. It was for this reason that Zhao Feng's current actions were viewed with such importance and shock. Alas, very few people present had seen how Zhao Feng killed the black-clothed man. Ancient God Blue Distance and the Celestial Net sect master, working together, were far from being a match for ancient God Shadow Death, so they were too nervous to see. As for the other members of the Celestial Net sect, they were facing 2 peak rank 8 experts. If it weren't for the fact that they had the advantage in numbers, they would have been completely wiped out. The only people who clearly saw it were ancient God Shadow Death and the other 2 peak rank 8s of the blazing gold race. This can't be true. He actually killed a rank 9 ancient god of the blazing gold race. The 2 peak rank 8s saw the entire process, but they still didn't dare to believe it. Zhao Feng had reached peak rank 8 in less than 10 years. His cultivation foundation should have been extremely unstable. So how could he have such formidable strength? This brat, he's hiding something. Ancient God Shadow Death was alarmed. They had infiltrated this place to prepare for a sneak attack to the intense battle. Zhao Feng's expression hadn't changed much. But just when ancient God Shadow Death was preparing to retreat, Zhao Feng suddenly killed the black-clothed man in a single blow. Although it was just one move, ancient God Shadow Death could faintly sense the powerful soul energy on Zhao Feng's body. Retreat! Ancient God Shadow Death bellowed as he began to retreat. Zhao Feng was far too powerful, and they had just lost a rank 9 ancient god. If they continued to stay, they might be completely wiped out. Retreat! Ancient God Blue Distance was stunned. When he and the Celestial Net sect master worked together to fight ancient God Shadow Death, they had always been on edge, afraid that their opponent would find some opening. But now it was ancient God Shadow Death's side that chose to retreat. All of this was because Zhao Feng had killed the rank 9 ancient god of the blazing gold race. Great! The Tianluo sect master beamed with joy. This time, the Tianluo sect managed to turn the situation around and defeated their enemies. All the Tianluo sect members heaved a sigh of relief. You want to leave? Zhao Feng suddenly laughed. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's figure flashed, and he arrived beside the black-armored old man who was closest to him. No, the black-armored elder grimaced. Zhao Feng could casually kill rank 9 ancient gods of the blazing gold race, so wouldn't killing them be even easier? He immediately activated his secret technique and burned his divine power. A layer of golden flames rose from his body. Xiao! The black-armored elder immediately sped up, becoming as fast as a rank 9 ancient god. He transformed into a streak of golden light that shot off into the distance. Chaos Origin Divine Sword. Zhao Feng's left eye rippled once more as Chaos Origin Divine Power condensed into a miniature Chaos Origin Divine Sword. Xiao! A moment later, a miniature sword of dark silver energy shot out of Zhao Feng's left eye. In the distance, the black-armored elder, who had only just begun to flee, was pierced through by the Chaos Origin Divine Sword. His body shattered, and his soul was obliterated. Zhao Feng didn't need to expose his powerful soul intent to deal with a peak rank 8 ancient god. Moreover, he had already killed a rank 9 ancient god, so killing a peak rank 8 shouldn't be much of a problem. How terrifying! On the other side, the golden-masked young man shuddered at the sight of this scene. You stay behind as well. Zhao Feng's eyes once more locked onto the golden-masked youth. No. The golden-masked youth felt like the god of death was staring at him, and he immediately burned his divine power to flee. In the blink of an eye, the golden-masked youth had escaped from everyone's line of sight. At this moment, Deish, a miniature Chaos Origin Divine sword, shot out of Zhao Feng's left eye and vanished. A moment later, everyone heard a scream and the aura of a soul perishing. Let's go. Ancient God Shadow Death gave Zhao Feng a deep glance, and then his body melted into the darkness and vanished. A few moments later, 3 of the blazing gold races for experts had been slain. This instantly killed a peak rank 8. Ancient God Blue Distance trembled as he stared at Zhao Feng like he was a monster. A rank 8 ancient god of the blazing gold race could be killed with a single glance from Zhao Feng. This meant that, in Zhao Feng's eyes, he could also be killed with a single glance. At this moment, ancient God Blue Distance recalled how he had intentionally targeted Zhao Feng, and he suddenly felt like death had brushed past his shoulder. Given the strength Zhao Feng had displayed, even if he killed ancient God Blue Distance, the spiritual race wouldn't severely punish him. To think that he would be this powerful. The celestial net sect master's face was covered in shock. He had already sensed that Zhao Feng was unfathomable and was hiding something. He hadn't expected for Zhao Feng's true strength to be so terrifying. He could kill a rank 9 ancient god and instantly kill an expert of the same level. The Celestial Net sect disciples were also stunned and worshipful, their eyes unable to move away from Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, you've rendered a great service this time. I will report this to the spiritual race and heavily reward you. Ancient God Blue Distance immediately flew over, a smile on his face. He had never imagined that Zhao Feng had been hiding his strength this entire time. At this moment, he only hoped that Zhao Feng wouldn't hold a grudge against him and his father. If he could get on good terms with Zhao Feng, that would naturally be even better. With Zhao Feng's potential, becoming a god lord in the future wouldn't be much of a problem. There's no need for that. We won because of everyone's efforts. Zhao Feng had a carefree expression on his face. After saying this, he returned to his residence. Ice Origin, remember, in the future, you can't provoke him. It's best if you can get on good terms with Zhao Feng. Ancient God Blue Distance messaged Ancient God Ice Origin. Yes. Ancient God Ice Origin softly replied, a rather unpleasant feeling in his heart. Within a cold and secluded underground palace, swish! A pitch-black stream suddenly flew in, transforming into an emaciated elder. On the bed of ice jade in front of ancient God Shadow Death was a graceful woman, her back to ancient God Shadow Death. Although her back was to ancient God Shadow Death, her clothes were incapable of concealing her alluring body. Her fair and slender legs were exposed as flawless as jade. Failed! Ancient God Ice Flame's cold voice rang out. Zhao Feng was hiding his true strength. The other 3 people who traveled with me are all dead. Ancient God Shadow Death lowered his head and clenched his teeth. Kaboom! The bed of ice jade suddenly began to seethe with cold flames, and Ancient God Ice Flame's body slowly vanished in the flames. But a moment later, Ancient God Ice Flame appeared at Ancient God Shadow Death's side. Ancient God Shadow Death's body was instantly covered in a layer of ice, and the blood in his body almost froze. It seems like I'll have to personally take action. A faint smile appeared on Ancient God Ice Flame's beautiful face. The blazing gold race had sent 2 rank 9 ancient gods this time, but they had still failed. This was certain to attract the attention of the spiritual race, which would send even more people to the Celestial Net sect. Ancient God Ice Flame would not permit herself to fail, so she had personally taken action this time. Ancient God Shadow Death was stunned. Ancient God Ice Flame was planning to personally deal with a peak rank 8, but he did not dare to question Ancient God Ice Flame's intentions. Yes, yes. Ancient God Shadow Death repeatedly nodded. A few days later, the Celestial Net sect returned to normal. All the members of the Celestial Net sect were resting and building up their strength. Although the 2 consecutive thrilling battles had caused them to suffer heavy casualties, they had also sharpened their skills. Within the space-time robe, Zhao Feng was currently cultivating many intents. The further one cultivated an intent, the harder it was to improve. Even Zhao Feng, who had many precious resources and incredible comprehension abilities, needed to spend a great deal of time cultivating them. Besides cultivating intents, Zhao Feng would occasionally cultivate the Chaos Heaven Void Ring. Suddenly, Zhao Feng opened his eyes and left the space-time robe. A moment later, the temperature plummeted as a layer of icy mist began to pervade the area. Many members of the Celestial Net sect were alarmed by this sudden chill. Moreover, this chill was getting stronger and stronger, and many places in the Celestial Net sect were covered in ice. Oh no! The Celestial Net sect leader immediately realized that something was wrong and flew over the Celestial Net sect. In the distance, the world seemed to freeze as a figure slowly walked through the air. With each step, she crossed tens of thousands of li. In the blink of an eye, she had reached the Celestial Net sect. At this moment, Ancient God Ice Flame was like a goddess of ice. Her face was supreme, but it exuded a chill that no one dared to approach. A gust of frigid cold assaulted the Tianluo sect from all directions. If not for the defensive array, all the disciples of the Celestial Net sect below the ancient god level would have been instantly killed by this cold. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ancient God Blue Distance and his son also appeared outside. Half step. God Lord! Ancient God Blue Distance sensed Ancient God Ice Flame's powerful energy and blurted out in shock. At this moment, he really wanted to run. But could he escape? Ancient God Blue Distance was depressed. Ever since Zhao Feng arrived, the blazing gold race's attacks had been getting fiercer and fiercer. The first time, it was a rank 9 ancient god, and the second time it was an assassination attempt by 2 rank 9 ancient gods. But this time it was a half-step god lord. How could this be? A half-step god lord is participating in the battle. Ancient God Ice Origin's body trembled, and he felt like the divine power and blood in his body had been frozen, making it difficult for him to circulate them. How could this be? All the disciples of the Celestial Net sect were dumbfounded and in despair. This time there was truly no hope. A half-step god lord with the strength of a single hand could destroy the entire Celestial Net sect. As expected, a half-step god lord. Zhao Feng's eyes dimmed. You are Zhao Feng, right? An interested smile appeared on Ancient God Ice Flame's cold face. Is it time for me to reveal my true strength? Zhao Feng ignored Ancient God Ice Flame and fell into thought. But suddenly, his eyes flashed and his expression relaxed. Kaboom! The sky behind Shao Qin trembled slightly. A white, icy mist descended with a great pressure of the heavens and the earth. This is Ancient God Blue Distance, and all the members of the Celestial Net sect immediately looked behind them. From within the ice crystal mist, a beautiful woman in a green dress descended from the sky. Her posture was dignified and graceful, her face serene and beautiful. Her black brows and clear eyes and her black hair flowed down her back like a waterfall. She exuded an indescribably noble and elegant aura, like an unreachable fairy. Ancient God Origin Jade, Ancient God Blue Distances, face lit up with joy. The Celestial Net sect respectfully welcomes Elder Origin Jade of the spiritual race. The Celestial Net sect master immediately said. All the members of the Celestial Net sect immediately began to call out in delight. This was because ancient god Origin Jade was a half-step god lord. Moreover, she was the youngest half-step god lord of the spiritual race, the one who had once been crowned the number one prodigy of the spiritual race, ancient god Origin Jade. Chapter 1413. The arrival of the spiritual race's ancient god Origin Jade gave the despairing Celestial Net sect a glimmer of hope. Ancient god Ice Flame. Ancient god Origin Jade looked at ancient god Ice Flame in confusion, but then she sneered. On the other side, ancient god Ice Flame stood in the almost frozen world, her body shrouded in a gray-white mist. "It's you!" Ancient god Ice Flame stared at ancient god Origin Jade, the chill in her eyes intensifying. Shyo! A pitch-black stream of energy appeared next to ancient god Ice Flame. How could that be? How could the spiritual race know that you were coming and send a half-step god lord? Ancient god Shadow Death was secretly alarmed. He originally believed that ancient god Ice Flame would be able to resolve everything. To his surprise, a half-step god lord of the spiritual race had arrived. Rumble. Two beautiful half-step divine lords stood in the void on either side of the heavens and earth. Invisible mighty forces of the heavens and earth collided with each other, causing the void to rumble unceasingly. Everyone in the Celestial Net sect was staring at the two half-step god lords. This was not just because of the invisible clash between these two half-step god lords, but also because of their alluring appearances. Ancient god Ice Flame was like a fairy of ice and snow, beautiful and proud, while ancient god Origin Jade was like a queen of crystal and jade, gorgeous and noble. However, the two of them had one thing in common, and that was that they were difficult to approach. The atmosphere between these two half-step god lords is rather strange. You don't know? The two of them were extremely talented from a young age and were proud daughters of the same generation. Adding on the competitive relationship between the spiritual race and the blazing gold race, the two of them competed with each other from a young age. I didn't think that the prodigies of the spiritual race and the blazing gold race would have the chance to fight again. The majority of the people in the Celestial Net sect knew quite a bit about ancient god Origin Jade and ancient god Ice Flame. The last time we fought was 800 years ago. Let me see how much you've improved. Ancient god Origin Jade snorted as she rose into the air. Today you will die here. Ancient god Ice Flame's eyes flashed with cold light as she charged forward. Boom! Bang! Heaven and earth suddenly shook. Shocking divine power rippled, and countless ice crystals fell to the ground. Fortunately, the two half-step god lords were fighting rather far from the Celestial Net sect, or else the shockwaves of their battle would have destroyed the entire Celestial Net sect. This is a half-step god lord. The power of level 9 in 10 truly is extraordinary. The Tian Luo sect master murmured in shock. Ancient god Blue Distance and the other members of the Celestial Net sect were all staring at the distant horizon. However, they could only see two blurry figures colliding with each other in the icy mist. Why are you here? Ancient god Origin Jade directly asked. Logically speaking, it was not yet time for half-step god lords to personally enter the battlefield. Why are you here? Ancient god Ice Flame's expression was frigid. She didn't expect that such an accident would happen even when she personally took action this time. She was confident that ancient god Origin Jade had a reason for coming here. None of your business. Ancient god Origin Jade was enraged. A dark green crystal sword appeared in her hand, and she swung it. Boom! A massive rippling blade of light green crystal pierced through the ice and slashed at ancient god Ice Flame. Absolute ice shatter. Ancient God Ice Flame extended her jade-like hands and unleashed two balls of chilling, gray-white flames. The two balls of flames collided with the massive, rippling blade of light green crystal. In a flash, the massive, rippling blade of light green crystal began to freeze where the two balls of flames clashed. The entire rippling blade of light green crystal was quickly sealed in ice. Ice shatter! Crystal explosion! The two women roared at the same time. Broom! The frozen, rippling blade of light instantly exploded, sending countless shards of ice flying through the world like a miraculous rain of ice crystals. The mountains around the Celestial Net sect were either covered in scars or frozen into peaks of ice. If this continues, the defensive array of the Celestial Net sect won't be able to hold on. The Celestial Net sect master had a bitter expression. Zhao Feng's left eye pierced through all the obstructions to observe the battle between the two half-step god lords. These two are of similar strength, and they're both using all their strength to kill the other. It's very difficult to determine a victor, but they probably won't be able to last for long. The power of their battle will gradually weaken. Zhao Feng analyzed. Ancient God Origin Jade and Ancient God Ice Flame had been mortal enemies since they were young, and they had fought all the way to this day. In this meeting, the two of them were merciless, each of their attacks lethal. A streak of dark light suddenly appeared in Zhao Feng's chaotic vision. Not good. It's someone from the Shadow Race. Zhao Feng grimaced. The Shadow Race's ancient god Shadow Death was skilled in concealment and sneak attacks, seizing on openings to deliver a fatal blow. Under normal circumstances, Ancient God Origin Jade would never have feared a sneak attack from Ancient God Shadow Death. However, Ancient God Origin Jade and Ancient God Ice Flame were evenly matched, and they were both fighting with all their strength. This battle was extremely dangerous and could not afford to be distracted. If Ancient God Origin Jade is defeated, I'll have to reveal my true strength in the end. Zhao Feng's expression darkened as he blinked forward. Brother Zhao, what are you doing? The Celestial Net sect master immediately called out. This kid, does he really think he's that incredible? He actually dares to approach the battlefield of half-step god lords. Ancient God Blue Distance disdainfully smiled at the sight. In the end, he and Zhao Feng had their differences. If Zhao Feng wasn't so strong, he would never have submitted to Zhao Feng. He was more than happy to see Zhao Feng throw his life away. Chaos Origin Divine Sword. In Zhao Feng's left eye, Chaos Origin Divine Power condensed into a miniature Chaos Origin Divine Sword. Deish! A miniature Mixed Origin Divine Sword instantly shot out, piercing through countless ice shards and whizzing away. Ancient God Shadow Death, who was just preparing to approach the battlefield of half-step god lords, immediately sensed powerful ripples of energy. This kid! Ancient God Shadow Death's eyes dimmed. If he continued forward, he would be struck by Zhao Feng's attack. He had seen Zhao Feng's attack before, and it was extremely powerful. Damn, such a good chance. Ancient God Shadow Death clenched his teeth and chose to retreat. This time, you don't need to leave alive. Zhao Feng faintly smiled as he pursued Ancient God Shadow Death. Deish! Swish! The two of them dodged through the storm of half-step god lords, making it impossible for the members of the Celestial Net sect to see what was going on. Chaos Heaven Void Ring. Chaos Origin Divine Power surged around Zhao Feng, forming a dark silver halo around him. The Chaos Heaven Void Ring exuded a powerful devouring energy that devoured the surrounding energy ripples. This kid's defensive skill can devour other energies to strengthen itself. Ancient God Shadow Death's expression darkened. Whoosh! He immediately distanced himself from the half-step god, Lord Battle, and Zhao Feng followed. This way, your defensive skill can't absorb other energies. Ancient God Shadow Death mentally chuckled. Look, Zhao Feng's fighting with someone else. So that shadow race expert was hiding near the battle between the two half-step god lords. Quite a few members of the Celestial Net sect were suddenly enlightened. But ancient god Shadow Death and Zhao Feng quickly vanished from their sights. After escaping the chaotic battlefield of half-step god lords, Zhao Feng's speed increased, and he quickly caught up to ancient god Shadow Death. Seeking death, you dare approach me? Ancient god Shadow Death sneered. Although Zhao Feng's eye bloodline techniques were extremely powerful, they would find it very difficult to kill his shadow body in a single blow. Moreover, by using eye bloodline techniques, Zhao Feng would reveal an opening, and in close combat, ancient god Shadow Death would be able to deliver a lethal blow. Chaos Origin Divine Sword. Zhao Feng transformed the Chaos Heaven Void Ring into a powerful silver sword that he slashed forward. Split Shadow Assassination. Ancient god Shadow Death's pitch-black body twisted and turned into 3 streams of pitch-black energy that dodged Zhao Feng's attack and then darted to Zhao Feng's left, right, and back. This was a secret bloodline art of the shadow race. It allowed one to instantly create several clones, each of which had 80 to 90% of the attack power of the main body. If it were any other person, they would definitely be flustered when faced with such a scene in close combat. Die. The 3 black shadows condensed into a pitch-black thorn that stabbed forward. Chaos Origin Void Ring. In the face of this attack, Zhao Feng was unperturbed. He once more used a defensive skill, a dark silver halo of light condensing around his body. At the same time, Zhao Feng's Chaos Origin Divine Sword slashed at the pitch-black shadow behind him. How could this be? Ancient god Shadow Death was taken aback. Zhao Feng had actually sensed his true body. Swoosh! Zhao Feng's sword struck ancient god Shadow Death's body. Although he did his utmost to dodge, he was still struck. Damn! I underestimated this kid's eye bloodline. Ancient god Shadow Death instantly guessed that it was Zhao Feng's special eye bloodline that allowed him to determine his true body. At the same time, the attacks of his clones arrived. Although the attacks were powerful, the moment they touched the Chaos Origin Void Ring, they began to weaken. Although ancient god Shadow Death's clones had 80 to 90% of the offensive power of the main body, they were formed from bloodline and divine power, so they were more easily devoured by the Chaos Origin Void Ring. They were far inferior to the attacks of ancient god Shadow Death's divine artifacts. Retreat. Ancient god Shadow Death was already injured and wanted to retreat. Space-time seal. Zhao Feng's left eye rippled with space-time energy. In a flash, ancient god Shadow Death's body was covered in a strange and illusory energy. His speed plummeted, and in Zhao Feng's eyes he was like a turtle. And this was because Zhao Feng hadn't used his eye bloodline technique at full power. Otherwise, ancient god Shadow Death would have been completely immobilized. Die. Zhao Feng instantly closed in his Chaos Origin Divine Sword, cutting ancient god Shadow Death in 2. BZZZ. The 2 halves of ancient god Shadow Death were like illusions of dark liquid, and through a bizarre method, they began to fuse back together. Normal attacks would find it very difficult to deal lethal damage to the shadow race. Chaos Heaven Sword Cave. Zhao Feng was already prepared, and the Chaos Origin Divine Sword in his hand unleashed a chaotic array of silver sword images that fused together into a twisted silver sword cave. Ah! Ancient god Shadow Death screamed as his body and soul were torn apart and devoured, quickly devoured by the dreadful silver void sword hole. After killing ancient god Shadow Death, Zhao Feng returned to the Celestial Net sect. The battle with ancient god Shadow Death was rather far away, and the entire process was extremely quick, so no one noticed it. Zhao Feng, it's fortunate that you intervened just now and didn't let the shadow race disturb ancient god Origin Jade. The Celestial Net sect master immediately said, "Where's the shadow race?" Ancient God Blue Distance scanned the area with his divine sense, but he did not see Ancient God Shadow Death. He won't be coming back. Zhao Feng simply replied. The others didn't think too much about it. After all, they were more concerned about the battle between the two half-step god lords. This was a matter of life and death. Broom! In the sky, the two half-step god lords were still fighting to the death. Damn! Her strength is on par with mine. If I insist on fighting to the death, it'll be far too dangerous. Ancient God Ice Flame's eyes were frigid. In addition, this was the territory of the spiritual race. The news of her arrival had already been spread. It probably wouldn't be long before more spiritual race experts arrived. Retreat for now. Ancient God Ice Flame unleashed a massive ball of gray-white flames as she began to retreat. Suddenly, her face froze. Where's Ancient God Shadow Death? Ancient God Ice Flame scanned the area with her divine sense, but found no sign of Ancient God Shadow Death. She only remembered that when Ancient God Shadow Death was preparing to ambush Ancient God Origin Jade, Zhao Feng intervened, and then the two clashed for a few moments before fleeing into the distance. That useless Ancient God Shadow Death was actually pushed back by Zhao Feng. Ancient God Ice Flame didn't care too much about it and immediately retreated. The oppressive energy in the world gradually began to fade. Ancient God Origin Jade did not pursue, instead slowly descending on the celestial net sect. The sight of such a noble and beautiful fairy descending made the hearts of many men in the celestial net sect thump. But what they didn't expect was, "You're Zhao Feng, right?" Ancient God Origin Jade's eyes locked onto Zhao Feng. This scene made everyone's jaws drop. If they remembered correctly, the first thing Ancient God Ice Flame said when she arrived was the same. Why were the proud daughters of the two races all here to find Zhao Feng? Chapter 1414. It is this one. Zhao Feng was also taken aback. This Ancient God Origin Jade had come to find him? You're not bad looking. No wonder Sister Yufei is so hell-bent on you. Ancient God Origin Jade nonchalantly examined Zhao Feng for a while, and then she faintly smiled, a hint of disdain on her face. Yufei. Zhao Feng's expression froze in confusion. However, Ancient God Origin Jade's words made Zhao Feng rather dissatisfied. She made it sound like Zhao Yufei liked him because of his appearance. If I hadn't rushed over today, you would have died without a grave. Ancient God Origin Jade looked at the dazed Zhao Feng and snorted. Originally, the battle had not reached the point where half-step god lords had to be mobilized. However, when Zhao Yufei learned that Zhao Feng had returned and was entering the battlefield, she immediately left seclusion and impatiently rushed over. But this battle had been provoked by Zhao Yufei. At this critical juncture, the spiritual race naturally could not let Zhao Yufei go. Under Zhao Yufei's repeated requests, the spiritual race had no choice but to have Ancient God Origin Jade prepare to enter the battlefield and take care of Zhao Feng to ensure his safety. Ancient God Origin Jade hadn't expected that she would run into the blazing gold race's Ancient God Ice Flame as soon as she arrived. Many thanks for Ancient God Origin Jade's prompt arrival. Ancient God Blue Distance and the other members of the Celestial Net sect respectfully said, "Many thanks for Elder's assistance." Zhao Feng smiled. Although Ancient God Ice Flame couldn't do anything to him, Zhao Feng didn't want to expose himself so early. Ancient God Origin Jade's arrival truly had resolved a problem for him. The blazing gold races, half-step god lords, have already appeared on the battlefield. The following battle will only be even more desperate. Take care. Ancient God Origin Jade shot a glance at Zhao Feng before leaving. Although she had heard of Zhao Feng's exploits, Zhao Yufei was the core and future of the spiritual race. Compared to Zhao Yufei, Zhao Feng paled in comparison. In Ancient God Origin Jade's mind, Zhao Feng was a man who needed a woman's request and protection. He was truly incapable. The battle has escalated. Ancient God Blue Distance appeared, slightly worried. He didn't expect the situation to escalate so quickly. Just as expected, 3 months later, Ancient God Origin Jade formally entered the war. On this day, the important executives of the strongholds of the major forces gathered together. The Celestial Net Sect's representatives were Ancient God Blue Distance, the Celestial Net Sect Master, and Zhao Feng. In the early stages of the war, the Astrals were at a disadvantage. Now, I will personally lead the troops and lead you to reclaim your lost lands. High above, Ancient God Origin Jade was the center of attention as she made her declaration like a goddess of victory. At this moment, the sects and clans near the Tianluo sect gradually gathered together to form a huge army. The next day, the Spiritual Race Army attacked the territory of the Blazing Gold Race. The Spiritual Race's sudden attack caught the Blazing Gold Race off guard and resulted in a complete victory, allowing them to reclaim some of their territory. But the Blazing Gold Race quickly reacted and dispatched many elite experts to form a similarly powerful army, led by Ancient God Ice Flame. It didn't take long before the two armies clashed for the first time. At this moment, the heavens and earth changed colors, and winds were thrown into chaos. The entire world was filled with experts of all shapes and sizes. Lightning, fire, ice, and wind of all colors swept through the world. Good. Such an intense battle will help me temper myself. Zhao Feng rejoiced. This sort of chaotic battle was exactly what he had been longing for. First of all, a chaotic battlefield could sharpen one's fighting ability. Second of all, Zhao Feng could use this battlefield to accumulate many war points, which he could use to exchange for cultivation resources. When the time came, he could reveal his rank 9 cultivation so that he wouldn't attract too much attention. Chaos Origin Divine Sword. A dark silver sword of light condensed in Zhao Feng's hands. Swish, swish, swish. His figure flashed across the battlefield. Every time he stopped, he would take 1 or 2 lives. Experts of the same level were slain by Zhao Feng in one blow. In the first clash between the two armies, the spiritual race had the upper hand. In the second and third clashes, the spiritual race was victorious in both cases, and Zhao Feng gradually became famous on the battlefield. On the battlefield, Zhao Feng was like a god of death, instantly slaying opponents of the same level. Even rank 9 ancient gods wouldn't be able to last long against him. Of course, his wanton slaughter had also attracted the attention of the Blazing Gold Race. He's Zhao Feng. Second brother, let's work together and kill him. A pair of Blazing Gold Race brothers viciously stared at Zhao Feng. Although Zhao Feng was only a peak rank 8, killing Zhao Feng would give them almost as many contribution points as killing a peak rank 9 ancient god. These Blazing Gold Race brothers were both rank 9 ancient gods, and they were extremely strong, close to peak rank 9. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them slowly fought on the battlefield, gradually getting closer to Zhao Feng. Once they were a certain distance away, the two of them activated their powerful bloodlines and threw all caution to the wind as they charged at Zhao Feng. Die! This pair of Blazing Gold Race brothers wielded their large sabers and unleashed 2 fiery blades of energy. Ah! A rank 8 ancient god had no time to dodge and was incinerated by the shockwaves of the flaming blades. It seemed like the combined attack of 2 powerful rank 9 ancient gods was about to engulf Zhao Feng. At this moment, in the distant horizon, a faint green beam of light suffused with the pressure of the spiritual race shot down and collided with the 2 flaming blades. Boom! Bang! The flaming blades were destroyed, and the Blazing Gold Race brothers were forced back by this powerful energy, suffering significant injuries. Damn! A half-step god lord of the spiritual race. The 2 Blazing Gold Race brothers looked up into the sky. That attack just now had been unleashed by ancient god Origin Jade. Heavens, ancient god Origin Jade and ancient god Ice Flame are fighting, but she's still paying attention to Zhao Feng and helping him resolve his crisis. A peak rank 8 ancient god closer to Zhao Feng called out in alarm. Although the current prodigy of the spiritual race was Zhao Yufei, the goddess in the hearts of the older generation was still ancient god Origin Jade. Ancient god Origin Jade normally wouldn't even look at them. But on the battlefield, ancient god Origin Jade was still paying attention to Zhao Feng, helping him resolve his crisis. This sight instantly left many of the nearby spiritual race ancient gods shocked and envious. What's so strange about this? This isn't the first time. A distant rank 9 ancient god muttered. He was one of the young prodigies of the spiritual race, one of ancient god Origin Jade's pursuers. Die. Zhao Feng gripped the Chaos Origin Divine sword and charged at the blazing Gold Race brothers. The two of them had been injured by the shockwaves from the attacks of a half-step god lord, and their fighting power had been reduced. Zhao Feng was far faster than the two of them, and after chasing them for a while, he managed to kill them both. The war continued for the 8th year. 50 to 60 battles had taken place in this period, with the spiritual race overwhelmingly winning over the blazing gold race. The spiritual race gradually regained its territory and began to invade the blazing gold race's territory. Quite a few people became famous in this war in the spiritual race and the Xiling Zone, but the most famous was naturally Zhao Feng. In each battle, Zhao Feng's contribution points far surpassed that of a rank 9 ancient god, leaving him far ahead of everyone else. But most of the discussion about Zhao Feng was not about his achievements. Do you think there's something going on between ancient god Origin Jade and Zhao Feng? Could ancient god Origin Jade have taken a liking to Zhao Feng? But didn't Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei admire each other? I truly didn't think that two female prodigies of different generations of the spiritual race would fall in love with the same person. Within the spiritual race's base, rumors about Zhao Feng and ancient god Origin Jade appeared every day, and the more they spread, the more ridiculous they became. Zhao Feng was powerless to do anything about this, so he didn't care too much. In the last 8 years, he had used all his contribution points to buy cultivation resources. Of course, this was just a cover-up. The resources that Zhao Feng possessed were many times more precious than what he had exchanged for. Within the space-time robe, several ancient resources floated in front of Zhao Feng. He circulated the Chaos Heaven Void origin technique and methodically absorbed the energy essence of these resources. Buzz. BZZZ. A chaotic and distorted energy appeared around Zhao Feng's body, affecting space-time. At a certain moment, Zhao Feng's body became illusory and powerful spatial ripples began to affect the surrounding space. Whoosh! The distorted energy floating in the air was wrapped up in a powerful void energy and absorbed into Zhao Feng's body. Peak level 8 space intent. Zhao Feng's eyes opened, and they flashed with powerful space energy. Peak level 8 space intent signified that the Chaos Heaven Void origin technique had reached the peak of the 4th level. This breakthrough in his art allowed Zhao Feng's cultivation to naturally reach the peak of rank 9. It seems like I'll have to continue sealing my cultivation. Zhao Feng helplessly smiled. He had originally been preparing to undo the seal and reveal his true cultivation. But to his surprise, after a long period of tempering and accumulation, his cultivation naturally broke through to peak rank 9. 3 months later, the two races once more went to war. This time, Zhao Feng fought with the cultivation of a rank 9 ancient god, shocking both races. In less than 20 years, he had gone from rank 7 to rank 9. Not even the experts with the spiritual race bloodline could compare to this sort of rapid advancement speed. No, perhaps after obtaining the legacy of the martial god race, Zhao Yufei might be able to compare. This boy can't be allowed to live. On the blazing gold race's side, Elder Jin's eyes were extremely gloomy. At this moment, the two races already had two half-step god lords on the battlefield. But that ancient god, Origin Jade, has been taking care of Zhao Feng this entire time. Eliminating him will be rather difficult. Ancient god Ice Flame slightly shook her head. This time the battle didn't last long before the blazing gold race retreated, allowing the spiritual race to win once more. In the following 2 years of fighting, the blazing gold race adopted defensive measures, but the spiritual race did not lower their guard. Everyone could sense that the war was about to enter its final phase. Within the space-time robe, having just broken into peak rank 9, Zhao Feng needed to spend a great deal of time solidifying his strength. At the same time, he split off a part of his mind to cultivate other aspects. Bzzz. Chaos Origin Divine Power surged as a dark silver sword condensed in Zhao Feng's hand. Hiss! Hiss! Gradually, lightning began to appear on the sword. This was no ordinary lightning, but the tribulation lightning stored in Zhao Feng's lightning soul body. When he first returned, Zhao Feng had attempted to fuse the miniature Chaos Origin Divine sword with the tribulation lightning eye flame. But this was far too difficult. If an accident occurred while fusing two powerful eye bloodline techniques, there would even be a backlash. For this reason, Zhao Feng gave up on fusing eye bloodline techniques and took a step back to fuse the Chaos Origin Divine sword with tribulation lightning energy. More and more lightning appeared on the Chaos Origin Divine sword, and its light grew brighter and brighter. Beads of sweat appeared on Zhao Feng's forehead as he stared at the Chaos Origin Divine sword in his hand. At a certain moment, the entire Chaos Origin Divine sword was covered in tribulation lightning, following a strange law. At a glance, it looked like a primal chaos lightning sword that shook one's soul. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zhao Feng slightly activated it, and the Chaos Origin Tribulation lightning sword in his hand began to glow with lightning and exude a powerful energy that caused even the surrounding space to tremble and twist. It's done! I wonder how powerful this Chaos Origin Tribulation lightning sword is. Zhao Feng was pleasantly surprised and expectant. Chapter 1415. Another year passed in the war between the two races. At this time, the half-step god lords of both races had appeared. But both sides only had 3 half-step god lords. Even if there was a slight difference in strength, it was not enough to affect the outcome. Only a few figures were present in the spiritual race's secret conference hall. These people were all extremely senior members of the spiritual race and were absolutely loyal to the spiritual race. From this, one could see the importance of this conference. 3 dazzling balls of divine light floated in front of them. We're currently negotiating with the half-step god lords of the divine tree forest. Once we succeed, we will have powerful medicine Dao half-step god lord. When the time comes, the overall strength of our race will experience a qualitative leap. The spiritual race's 3rd elder announced the good news. I heard that the Blazing Gold race is negotiating with the Heaven-Shaking Alliance. I wonder how it's going? A white-haired old woman of the spiritual race asked. The Divine Tree Forest and the Heaven-Shaking Alliance were the other 2 5-star factions of the Xiling Zone. You can be at ease on this point. The Heaven-Shaking Alliance and the Blazing Gold race have yet to reach an agreement. Ancient God Origin Jade confidently said. Perhaps because of the life-sacred land suppression, these 2 5-star factions did not recklessly interfere in the war between the 2 races. But they also could not easily give up on negotiations. If the Divine Tree Forest dared to resist the pressure of the sacred land and help the spiritual race, there would be no suspense in this war. Rest and build up your strength for a month. After 1 month, we will attack again. This time, we must fight beautifully and let the Divine Tree Forest know that the spiritual race has an extremely high chance of victory. The 3rd elder's eyes darkened as he barked. The many members of the spiritual races upper echelon all nodded. 1 month later, the third elder suddenly announced that he would mobilize his army. The experts of the various races and sects instantly assembled and rode off into the distance on savage warships. Once they reached the Blazing Gold Race's camp. Kill! At the third elder's command, the vast crowd immediately rushed out. At the same time, the 3 half-step god lords flew into the vaster skies and advanced. Boom! A scorching and icy energy soared into the sky from the palace below. The 3 half-step god lords of the Blazing Gold Race charged out. Humph! The Blazing Gold Race has lost. The third elder stared at the 3 half-step god lords. In the recent campaign, the Blazing Gold Race had always been on the defensive. And just now, with a sweep of his divine sense, he could tell that the Blazing Gold Race, excluding the half-step god lords, was much weaker than the spiritual race. We still don't know who will win. A strange light flashed across Elder Jin's eyes. A moment later, the 6 half-step god lords of the 2 races clashed. Rumble. The ripples of divine power caused all the members below the half-step god lord level to tremble in fear. Kill. Entering the battlefield, Zhao Feng only had one goal: to temper himself while suppressing his cultivation and various means. It was a common training method. Many forces had special training rooms, for example, to control gravity, speed, power Upanishads, and so on. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's body flickered to the side, and as soon as he reappeared, he killed a peak 8th order expert with lightning-like speed. When that peak type 8 expert died, he did not even know how he died. Right, let's try the mixed origin tribulation lightning sword. With a thought, the chaos origin divine sword in Zhao Feng's left hand glowed with lightning. However, at this moment, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching him. Peak rank 9. Zhao Feng raised his head and saw a scorching golden flame rumbling toward him. Seeking death. Zhao Feng's eyes chilled. In the eyes of outsiders, he had only just broken into rank 9, so he did not go out of his way to kill a peak rank 9. But now that a peak rank 9 was attacking him, he wouldn't be polite. But a moment later, Zhao Feng sighed. Boom! Deish! In the distant horizon, a crystalline green sword energy, suffused with the immense pressure of the spiritual race, rumbled toward him. Ancient god Origin Jade is helping Zhao Feng again. Many experts nearby were either surprised or regretful. Had the proud daughter of the previous generation really fallen in love with Zhao Feng? Sensing the attack of a half-step god lord, the peak rank 9 of the Blazing Gold Race immediately retreated. Something's wrong. Zhao Feng grimaced as he watched his opponent retreat. Ancient god Origin Jade was in the middle of an intense battle, and that was just a casual attack. A peak rank 9 was still capable of dealing with it, but his opponent had chosen to retreat. This made Zhao Feng feel that something was wrong. He suddenly raised his head, his left eye piercing through the obstacles to see the half-step god Lord Battlefield. Die! Ancient god Ice Flame's eyes exploded with cold light. With a wave of her left hand, a thin elder wearing a dark green robe suddenly appeared. Swish! The moment the skinny old man appeared, he slapped out a huge palm that was covered in green mist. Half-step god lord, ancient god Dark Crow. Ancient god Origin Jade grimaced and hurriedly circulated her divine power, forming a crystalline membrane on her skin. Boom! Bang! Ancient god Dark Crow's palm of green mist slammed into ancient god Origin Jade's body. Poison! Ancient god Origin Jade grimaced. Ancient god Dark Crow's poison was extremely unique. It could penetrate her defenses and invade the body of a spiritual race member. It was obvious that this was a poison specially created to deal with the spiritual race. At the same time, ancient god Ice Flame's palm of extreme cold descended. Bang! The barrier around ancient god Origin Jade's body froze and cracked. The cold and poison worked together to madly invade ancient god Origin Jade's body. Ancient god Origin Jade. It's actually ancient god Dark Crow. This is troublesome. The other two half-step god lords of the spiritual race had extremely grim expressions. Ancient god Dark Crow had some fame in the ancient desolate realm of gods. He was a genius, blessed by the heavens, and was particularly interested in poisons. It was rumored that 5 half-step god lords had died to ancient god Dark Crow's poison, and one of them had been killed by ancient god Dark Crow alone. On the surface, we're negotiating with the heaven-shaking alliance, but in secret we've been trying to rope in ancient god Dark Crow. Elder Jean heartily laughed. In this battle, I'll make your spiritual race bleed. The short, middle-aged man of the blazing gold race wickedly chuckled. He was the one who had thought of this plan. They originally wanted to deal with Zhao Feng, but ancient god Origin Jade had been taking care of Zhao Feng this entire time, making it difficult for them to do anything. But now that they thought about it, perhaps they could use Zhao Feng to deal with ancient god Origin Jade. But as a half-step god lord, even if he could find an opening in his opponent, he would find it very difficult to heavily injure or kill him. Thus, the blazing gold race had ancient god Dark Crow hide in ancient god Ice Flame's body. Just now, when ancient god Origin Jade split her attention to help Zhao Feng, ancient god Dark Crow suddenly appeared and joined forces with ancient god Ice Flame to heavily wound ancient god Origin Jade. Moreover, ancient god Dark Crow's poison had already permeated ancient god Origin Jade's body. In this battle, they could even kill the spiritual race's ancient god Origin Jade. Ancient god Origin Jade, the spiritual race's third elder, sensed the gravity of the situation and wanted to reinforce ancient god Origin Jade. But the blazing gold race's elder Jean would never give him this chance. Despicable, despicable, and shameless, ancient god Origin Jade wiped the blood from her lips and coldly stared at ancient god Ice Flame and ancient god Dark Crow. Whoosh! Her figure flashed, and she fled into the distance. She was heavily injured and poisoned, so she naturally couldn't fight against 2 half-step god lords. Once she died, the outcome of this battle would be decided. Thus, she had sent a message to the god lords of her race. If she could last until a god lord arrived, the spiritual race still had hope. Ancient god Origin Jade, it's time for the battle between you and me to end. Ancient god Ice Flame sneered as she blinked away. TSK, TSK, killing such a beauty is truly a pity. Ancient god Dark Crow's eyes flashed with dark green light as he regretfully said, "Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." The 3 half-step god lords left the vast and dreadful battlefield and headed into the distance. Ancient god Origin Jade. How could this be? Ancient god Origin Jade was ambushed and heavily injured by 2 half-step god lords. Down below, the morale of the spiritual race instantly plummeted. Many of ancient god Origin Jade's admirers became worried and wanted nothing more than to follow. But a battle between half-step god lords was not something they could interfere in. Moreover, the spiritual race was in a weakened state, so they could not easily leave. Damn, it's all because of this brat. Ancient god Origin Jade put herself in danger to save him. You've harmed the entire spiritual race. Quite a few people reproachfully looked at Zhao Feng. Defend. Retreat. The spiritual race's third elder bellowed. In the current situation, if they continued to fight, the spiritual race would suffer massive losses. If they retreated to their own territory, they might be able to use the terrain to salvage the situation. To think that it would turn out like this. Zhao Feng sighed. Although ancient god Origin Jade had volunteered to help him, in the end, ancient god Origin Jade had always been taking care of Zhao Feng. And this time, ancient god Origin Jade was in danger because of Zhao Feng, and there was even a chance that she might die. Swish! Zhao Feng's body flashed as he shot off in the direction the 3 half-step god lords had fled. Haha, this kid has at least a little conscience. He knows that he harmed ancient god Origin Jade, so he ran over to save her. The short, middle-aged man of the blazing gold race gave an even more sinister smile. Ancient god Ice Flame and ancient god Dark Crow working together would have no problem killing ancient god Origin Jade. But now, Zhao Feng had run over to throw his life away. The blazing gold race had profited greatly this time. Zhao Feng, the third elder called out, his expression tense. But Zhao Feng seemed not to hear, and he continued to get farther and farther away. This made the third elder's expression darken and furious, but there was nothing he could do about it. Extreme Frost Flame. Ancient god Ice Flame waved a hand, unleashing a massive ball of gray-white flames. Kiki, stop struggling. Ancient god Dark Crow gave a sinister smile, his thin and savage claws exuding a layer of black light. Swish! Swish! As ancient god Origin Jade fled, she defended and dodged. But she was already injured, and now that she was plagued by poison, she was in a rather mediocre state. Bang! A portion of the power of the 2 attacks struck ancient god Origin Jade's body and pushed her back several li. Ancient god Origin Jade, give up resisting. I'll let you die a quick death. Ancient god Ice Flame coldly shouted. The 2 half-step god lords rapidly approached ancient god Origin Jade. Damn! Ancient god Origin Jade's face was rather pale, and her crystalline body was extremely dim. There were many wounds on it, and it was like a perfect treasure had been cracked. It was a truly distressing sight. Kiki, I'll let you be the test subject for my poison. Ancient god Dark Crow wickedly chuckled as he flew toward ancient god Origin Jade. But at this moment, a spatial ripple appeared behind him. In a flash, Zhao Feng blinked to ancient god Origin Jade's side. Kiki, are you her old lover? Ancient god Dark Crow asked with an interested smile. He was rather shocked that a rank 9 ancient god dared to run over in this situation. Truly an idiot. Ancient god Ice Flame sneered. They wanted to kill Zhao Feng earlier, but no matter what they did, they couldn't kill him. But now, after using Zhao Feng to heavily wound ancient god Origin Jade, Zhao Feng came running over to his death. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What are you doing here? Ancient god Origin Jade was taken aback, and then she called out. Although she longed for someone to save her, what use could a mere rank 9 ancient god like Zhao Feng be? He would just be sending himself to his death. I will save you, Zhao Feng calmly said, his expression unperturbed by the 2 half-step god lords. At the same time, a profound and powerful energy began to exude from his body.